I hope that you have lovely dreams, or at least interesting ones. Good night. hope that you have lovely dreams, or at least interesting ones. Good night. I hope that you have lovely dreams, or at least interesting ones. Good night.
Hi, I had something in my eye. Hello. Let me put on some background sound here. There we go. Okay, that scared me for a moment. That froze. Cool, cool. Hello, everybody. Hello. This is my first stream post-Monster Mania. It was quite a weekend. But let me get all my hellos out. Hello, Jack. Hello, Zistel. Hello, Taco Cat. Hello, Villain. Hello, Donnie. Hello, Taco Cat again. Hello, Grand Ray. Hello, Elite Gamer. Hello, Baffy. Oh, hello, Stream Elements. Hey, Stream Elements, you were first in chat today. Congrats to Stream Elements. They were first for once. That never happens. Stream Elements is always like 5 minutes behind everybody else, but no, it was first today. My goodness. That is monumental. That has never happened in my 2.5 years of streaming. Stream Elements has never been the first one in chat. Ever. Ever. Ah, okay. Hello, Samurai. It's going okay. And hello, Jack. Did I say hello to you, Jack? I'm doing okay. Yeah, look at that. Congratulations, Stream Elements. You did the thing. It only took you 2.5 years, but you did the thing. You did the thing. It's either behind or doesn't like to work at all. I mean, it usually works for me. It works better than Streamlabs, which I still need to put in that ticket for last Friday, but I was at a convention all weekend, so I didn't have time. Hello, Gamers Tavern Show. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. But it's going well. I've at least calmed down from my social anxiety from the weekend. It not only was, you know, a convention that's well known in the area, even though it is a smaller one, but it was the final time they were having this convention at that location. They're actually tearing down the hotel at the end of the month. And this kind of came out of nowhere. I didn't even say the word. That was not the word. That wasn't even close. Are you mad? Because I'm mad too. If you're agreeing with me, then I understand. You're being loud upstairs. Okay, hold on a second. Ask them to calm down. I'm gonna check and see if my door was opened. That's why. My door was open. Just in chat. Okay. Sorry about that. So yeah, I left the house over the weekend and I met some people. I also ran into a lot of old friends of mine, which was nice. I, of course, had people of the opposite gender that I had to avoid, because that happens anytime I leave the house. It's part of my anxiety of leaving the house. Hello, Darkest Night. You bring news of what? Let me drink some water. I'm still waking up. I had to wake up early to go to acupuncture today. And this guy's awesome because he's not one of the woo-woo ones. He's an actual medical one. And he breaks up the knots and then he electrifies the needles like a TENS unit. It's awesome. And then he usually does a magic trick afterwards. It's really nice. You haven't seen me a while ago? I'm guessing you mean since a while ago. I've been okay. I've been okay. How have you been, Red Ranger? Well, my anxiety is never over, Elite Gamer. No, no, no. Anxiety is never over. It always comes back. Let's see. What could best be described as a... Oh, as a day. So you probably be in bed sooner rather than later. Oh my. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm sorry that happened. Well, hopefully rest will bring you some peace. Hello, Ein. Oh, thank you. I'm kind of disheveled because I just woke up from a nap. I woke up from a nap because I was in acupuncture today. Hello, Kakamizan. Librarian of Darkness. Oh, is that my new title? Is that going to be my new name now? No longer Mother of Darkness. Now I'm just Librarian of Darkness. I don't have a master's degree, though. I feel like that would be kind of false advertisement. I just read books. I'm like a guest reader in a library. Yeah, social anxiety sucks. Yeah, I have anxiety when it comes to traveling, particularly with driving, but sometimes I get anxious if other people drive too. Depends how well they drive. And I get anxiety from having to interact with people, from leaving the house in general, just being off my normal property, outside of my safe space, and crowds make me very claustrophobic. Yeah, it was a doozy, but I had a good weekend. Actor named Tyler Mane, who played Sabretooth. Okay. I didn't meet Tyler Mane. When did I meet Tyler Mane? I didn't meet Tyler Mane. I met Derek Mears. I met Derek Mears and I met Elijah Wood. I didn't meet anyone named Tyler though. That was not me. That was some other Spanky. That wasn't me. Hello, Bacon. You bet the acupuncture felt incredibly good. Yeah. I mean, it was a little tender for a bit. That's probably why I passed out. Let's see. People drive you crazy. It's annoying. Yeah. I get very, very claustrophobic when it comes to people. I would rather be sitting in a closet without anybody else in it than sit in a room. Like a large room full of people or a small closet with nobody else in it. I would take the closet. I would take the closet. Saturday, I dressed as Mothman. You know, the onesie that I was wearing on Friday. I wore that, Thursday. I wore that on Saturday. Of course, it was raining. I had this whole thing planned. If the rain were to calm down, I always keep a scooter in the back of my car. I was going to pull out my scooter while wearing the Mothman costume and scooter around when everybody's hanging out in the front of the hotel at night, you know, when the convention shuts down, so everyone just hangs out around the lobby and the front of the hotel. I was just going to scooter around that place and everybody would have Mothman sightings. But it was too rainy, so I left. He's very tiny. He's not that tiny, but I'm also short. I'm short. So compared to me, he's fine. Compared to me, he's normal. Would have been funny to see. It would have been fun to do. Because I wouldn't have to talk to anybody, so there wouldn't be any anxiety. I would just be on my scooter. And if anybody wanted to stop me to talk, I'd be going too fast. I would just scooter away. It'd be super easy. Yeah, I'm sad that the rain ruined it too. Especially since I won't have a chance to do that at this location again. It's getting torn down. That's the final convention at it. As far as I'm aware because they're tearing it down in a couple of weeks. They had to contact a bunch of brides that were going to have receptions at that location to tell them that their reception was canceled, that they couldn't have that there. Imagine being those brides. It's very sad. But yeah, a bunch of events got canceled because of this. Hello, Zoran. How are you? You saw the remake? Yeah, I saw the remake a little bit ago. I didn't like it because it took away the mystery of Jason. That's the only reason I didn't like it, is because it just, part of the fun was not knowing how he did that shit. And then they just went ahead and explained everything. I don't need your exposition. Stop it. Let it be a mystery. Let us have some mysteries. That's what makes it fun. Let's see. Did you see that goth chick in a Mothman riding, dressed as Mothman riding around? Dude, did I just see a Mothman? Yes, you did. Why does Mothman look so snuggly? I also bought a Mothman plushie dressed as Mothman. Where is he? He's somewhere around here. I think he's being shy. Okay, my Mothman plushie's being shy right now, but I'll find him. Hello, Cody. Oh, thank you. I am quite tired. How are you? No one would believe them. Yeah. Well, when I met Elijah Wood, I was dressed as Mothman. It was great. It was great. I didn't have very many words, but that's the excuse I had for not having very many words. Mothman doesn't talk. Jason's weird because it took 3 movies to get to what you think of when you think of... Yes, that is very true. That is very true. They had a bunch of celebrities there for the reunion too. And for some reason, I always run into a bunch of the lady celebrities in the bathroom. Like every time I go to the bathroom, I run into one of them. Or 3 of them. This last time it was 3 of them. And I felt really bad because one of the few things that I had to say to them was, only 2 stalls are working. The other ones are out of toilet paper. Sorry. Yeah, that's not the only thing you... That's not how you want to greet somebody in general, let alone someone who has done something that you enjoy. Normal first names like Greg Mothman. No. You gotta have alliteration. It would be Martin Mothman. Thank you for showing some love. Here's to your social anxiety. Yeah, I have social anxiety too. Hello, Basie. We're trying to get my voice to wake up because I didn't nebulize today. I didn't do it. I fell asleep. Yeah, you gotta do the alliteration. You gotta go to the Peter Parker route of it. Celebrity potential too? Huh? Wait, what do you mean? I don't have celebrity potential, but I don't know what point you're making. What do you mean? What are you talking about? What is because of that? The toilets aren't stocked up with TP? Well, okay, yeah. I mean, I stopped them from going into the stalls and using those stalls because they were about to walk in. They're like, I'm gonna go into this one. Don't go into that one. Don't. You're gonna have a very unpleasant surprise. Don't go into that stall. This is why I bring my own tissues with me everywhere I go. Always. Always, always. But the hotel's being torn down, so they weren't really keeping up with anything. Oh. The poor celebrities in their room. The celebrity room did not smell nice. I felt so bad for them. You can go into that stall, but you're gonna have a bad time. I mean, unless you have somebody that's really nice in the stall right next to you that might have some spare toilet paper. But the stall right next to that one shut down, so you really don't want to go in that stall. You're not even gonna have the benefit of somebody right next to you that can sneak you some toilet paper right underneath the wall. No, because the one immediately next to it shut down, out of order. Always good to be prepared. Look, I've been in situations way too many times in my life, and my anxiety makes me over-prepare for everything. Like, I always have a mini first aid kit in every purse that I ever use. I always have first aid. I always have tissues. I always have hand sanitizer and lotion and a little makeup pack. And then, of course, my wallet. What else do I keep with me? Always a brush of some kind, though I do want to get a smaller one, a collapsible brush thing, because my purse is a lot smaller now. Hello, Heartless Bunny. Wet wipes. That's one, well, no. I guess you can kind of, I'm not the wet wipes you're speaking of, but I do have antiseptic wipes. Does that count? If Vector Scott, thank you so much. How are you doing tonight? Also, I'm going to give a little shout out to, while I'm thinking about it, because I'm forgetful. There we go. Love to fellow blue hair. That's why women will survive if the world shuts down. I guess so. I could have probably afford to keep more weapons on me, though. You're the same way? Yeah. Well, when I was using my bigger backpack all the time, I would also put snacks in there, too. I would always have caffeinated coffee chocolate things and some kind of protein bar, though protein bars activate my pain, so that's kind of an emergency thing. I have to be almost passing out for me to eat that, because it's really bad. It's not good for somebody with chronic pain. You have so many treats in your bag. Yeah. I used to keep candy in it all the time. The cat ear knuckles. Oh yeah, the little keychain thing. Yeah, yes, that is true. That's one that I've thought about getting. I'm sorry, I'm still waking up from my nap. And I'm realizing that a part of my bangs is long and it's bothering me. I'm gonna get up and cut it. I'm gonna cut that. It's bugging me. I'm gonna cut it. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna do it. And then I'll show you guys some of the stuff that I got at the convention. I have to find my Mothman anyway, so I'll be right back. Oh, here he is. Mothman. Wait. Mothman. How are you still too long? Whatever, it's better. I'll worry about that later. It's at least better. Wait. So pity fingernails can't be sturdy enough to cause real damage? Well, it depends. Some people have, really thick nails that they could easily turn into weapons. So, Mothman, how have you been? How's, oh, hold on. It always cuts off your chat. How's the family? He's even shyer than me. I still haven't named him. He needs a name. We need to figure out a name for this guy, because I can't figure it out. I would prefer an alliteration of some kind, though. Yes. And it has to be something ridiculous. Yes. That's not an alliteration, villain. Use alliteration. It's a cute plush. It is a cute plush. And I refused to buy it until I was wearing my Mothman costume, so it had to wait for Saturday. Thankfully, they still had some left. No, that's too official sounding. No, not Morganok. That sounds just too official. Hello, Scoo. How are you? Let's see. That's not alliteration with Mothman. He's a moth. It has to start with an M. Wait. Do you guys not know what alliteration is? I know some people know what alliteration is here, but are there people in here that don't know what alliteration is? This is not me calling you dumb. This is a legit question. Does someone in here not know what alliteration is? I'm happy to tell you. Melinda. Oddly enough, I don't hate that one. Morgana, I don't hate Morgana either. They're a little bit too normal for my taste, but I don't know. Melinda might be the one. Your brain is mush? Wait, is that you saying Monty's another good one? Okay, so we have Morgana. We're going to be doing a few polls today, by the way. Melinda. Monty. Nah, we don't want to make it too pretty. Alright, I'll write down Matilda. It's a good movie. Matilda. Yeah, it's a moth. You have to alliterate it with moth. Not me. We're not naming it after me. I am not so obsessed with myself that I would ever have a junior. That's, sorry, no. I would allow, you know, whatever it is I'm naming to have their own identity and not just be a subsection of me. That's, ugh, that's so gross. I hate that people do that. Madrano? What is Madrano? Is that an actual name? Like Mamma Mia? Mamma Mia the moth. I have to write it. Maybe. No. I'm never gonna vote for Mamma Mia. It's funny though. Okay, let me hold on. I have to find it. I'm gonna update my events thing to be upcoming books because I have a bunch of different books now. Jerm, thank you for subscribing. How are you tonight? Oh my goodness, 29 months. Wow. Thank you. Oh my goodness. In some language? You just came up with that out of nowhere, didn't you? Hearts on this screen. Don't you fall. Don't you fall. Did moth without a name. Moth will have a name though. Came from the hip. Ah, yes, the hip shot. It's still a hit. It's just not in the center of the target. It got... Stop touching me. It got a... Stop. A laugh. This guy. Stop. Stop. No touchy. Maybe that can be like his part of his catchphrase. Mamma Mia, where's my meatballs? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Okay, so I wrote down 4 different ones. We need to have one that's not just a normal name though. And not anything too like gothic horror-ish because I don't like to take my things too seriously. I have maybe 1 or 2 plushies. Very handsy Mothman. He's touching me with his eye. I don't think that's how you spell Macintosh. That's not how you spell Macintosh. The Mothman statue is ripped. Oh yeah, doesn't he have like a fantastic ass? People will get pictures with that statue just for the butt. It's amazing. Nah, Millie's too normal. No, we're going for... There's too many normal names. Like, they're all normal names on this list. I'm putting meatball down. I usually name my stuff after food. That's just another name. McCormick is just way too normal. Let's see. I'm gonna have to think on my own. Something other than normal names. And nothing too horror-esque. What do you think? Marshmallow's another one. Marshmallow. Everyone in chat is a cat. Okay. Hold on, I have to find it. Wait, give me a second. Oh, I got 2 for 1. Mamie? I think that's supposed to be Mammy. I think it has an extra M in it. No. No, that's a gross name. I hate that name. I hate it. I hate it with everything in my being. Moofy? Okay, I like Moofy. Moofy's at least cute. I'll write down Moofy. Okay. I already have a Furby named Mochi, unfortunately. That's why I didn't write down Mochi, because I already have a Furby named Mochi. Okay, so we have custom commands. Did you already put the custom commands on the screen? I'm just going to put it up. Alright, so now everyone in chat is a cat. You can do custom commands and direct it towards anyone you want in chat. Pick a name. Pick any name. It could be directed at me. It could be directed at yourself. I don't care. You're a cat. You're a cat. You do cat things. Nah, I'm not. No. I'm not basing it off any legitimate thing. We're not taking this too seriously. No. We're not doing it off of any serious things. Okay. So let's see. Bunch of normal names. Then Meatball, Marshmallow, and Moofy. Okay. We gotta make this poll. We gotta make this poll so that we can start discussing books. Melon. I guess I could write down melon. I don't think it's gonna... I don't want to do too many food names. But I'll write it down. Okay. Something's in my eye. Oh, melon. Melon. Mothman Max? No more normal names. I'm not doing fucking Max. No more common names. No more common names. No, none of that shit. We don't know nothing. Enough of that. I'm not naming a child. I'm naming a plushie. I'm naming a plushie. Okay. Let me look at the list that I have. Put marks next to the ones that I like. Silly names are easy when you're not thinking about it, but when you're thinking, they're much harder. Yep. Especially since I'm very, very picky. Very picky about my names. Because when you're naming 58 Furbies, you have to keep track of a lot. You have to keep track of a lot of names. That wasn't the word. That was not the word. Sir, you need to calm down. Are you just empathizing with me or something? Is that what it is? Because I can respect that. I think he just wants to be part of the conversation. Wait, How do you say that? Is that supposed to be like... I don't know how to say that. We could go with Pinkie Pie's sister, Maud. Wait, does Maud end with an E or without an E? Let me look this up. Maud. But I'm not going to do any more normal names. No more normal names. She has no E. Okay. Not Pinkie's Maud, though. Pinkie's Maud does not have an E. So we'll do it based off of that. Okay. So we have a bunch of ideas here. I have to have no more than 5 in the final voting. If I even do it as a poll, I might just choose outright. So let's see. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? I'm gonna turn down the volume. Anytime I forget to turn down the volume. There we go. Okay. Oh, hello. Miros. You have alliteration with Mothman. Okay. Bye. Bye. What's her name from Golden Girls played Maud? What? That doesn't tell me anything. that tells me nothing. Nope. I got nothing. Okay. You know what? You should be more present while we're choosing. We're choosing your name. You need to be on the screen, not creeping over my shoulder. You know, like you do in real life. Like I do in real life. I do seriously do that, though. A lot of people have a tendency to lose me because I will pick a person in my group and hide behind them. Pretty much at all times. I hate being the person in the front of the group, unless people are taking way too fucking long to move. If they take way too long, then I run off. I go on my own, but otherwise, I like to hide behind somebody. The author played a character named Maud. In what? Lewd Star. That sounds like a YouTuber name. I'm sure it is a YouTuber name. I'm pretty sure it's a YouTuber name. That's gotta be. Oh yeah, Golden Girls is awesome. I love Golden Girls. Okay. Alright. What about Maud? Yeah, but you're saying just a character named Maud. What Maud? It was a show. You mean Maud was a show? Like Maud by itself? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm not familiar. You have no idea if it is, though. It's gotta be. That sounds like such a YouTuber name. I'm not familiar. Let's see. Oh, Family Guy makes fun of everything. That's not surprising at all. I'm not familiar with it. I don't think I've ever seen it. Have you ever seen it? No, I haven't seen it either. It's from the 70s. That would explain why I have not seen it. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. It was really good. I hope it had some Golden Girls level shit on there. Let's see. You're thinking Harold and Maude. I was like, that's not right. I'm gonna have to take your word for it. I'm gonna take a little bit of kratom. I'm still quite ouchy from the acupuncture. Okay, I think we have our names to choose from. I might do a poll. It's not gonna guarantee it, but input is always helpful. Though, I don't know. Having a little nod to B. Arthur, I'm kind of into that. And it would also be a nod to one of my favorite My Little Pony characters. That's one toy I don't have. I don't have a mod. I don't have a Mod Pie toy. I don't. No, I don't want that much. No, that's way too much. Hi. Can I help you? Wait, no, do you want this? Is this what you want? Do you want it? No? Alright, then I'm gonna drink it. It's delicious. Tastes like water. Yep. Okay. Bye. Yeah, she likes to startle me randomly. I wouldn't say it's a scare. It's a jump scare. That's a startle. That's not the same. Kratom on my teeth. Oh. Oh, it's gross. Oh, it's gross. Oh, it's so gross. You need some more sleep? How your cat got on TV? Oh, do our cats look a lot alike? Is that what it is? Maros, look at you. You're not just messing with me, you're messing with everybody. Stay out of that bag. Please stay out of that bag. No. Oh yeah, I received a gift. I think it was yesterday it came in. Some new fancy dice. Was it Hawks that got me these? It was on my throne wish list. But they're so fancy. They're so cool looking. They're like Halloween dice. There's even pumpkins on there. I don't know if you can even see it. No. Okay, well, there's a lot of really cute shit on here. It's pumpkin themed. But it's, you know, it's a whole set. However, you see how there's only 2 in my hands here? See how there's only 2? D20 and a D4. That's it. Just a D20 and a D4. That's because she got to them. My cat got to them. And she stole all the other ones. I managed to find these 2. This one I found right before stream. That's why it took me a little bit to get on screen, because I was getting one of the books out of the car, and I managed to find this under my carpet. But she stole all the other ones. I don't know where they are. They're probably hidden under the bed or under my desk somewhere, because that's where she likes to hide things, and she steals them. Maros. Rude. Hello, Tar. How are you? She's on a scavenger hunt. It would be nice if she would return the dice. I don't mind if she plays with them, as long as she gives them back. She doesn't give them back. She never gives them back. Hello, Red Hood. How are you? She just wants to play D&D. But how are we supposed to play if she keeps losing the dice? The whole point of having this extra set was that I would be able to... VHS 85. Is that a new version of one? Because I know they have a couple VHS movies out. Oh, it's good to see you too. Savage Worlds, since she left the D20 behind. Usually that's the first one that goes missing. But she decided, no, I want a D6 and a D10. I think there was a D8. No, she wanted all of those. She says, no. Fuck the smallest one and fuck the largest one. I want everything in between. I don't want that D4. I don't want that D20. I want everything in between those two. She's so particular. But usually she goes straight for the D20. Co-wrote that? Oh, really? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'll have to watch it. I watched the other ones. At least you didn't step on the D4? Oh, well. I came very close. It was very, very close. Thankfully, I tend to look down when I walk out of habit because of cats. I still managed to trip on her because she blends in, but thankfully the orange on this made it stand out enough to where I could see it. I wish I knew where the other ones were though. That would really be nice. Well, I do have lights to set up underneath my desk. So I have some light, rope light to set up under my desk so that I can actually easily find things under my desk. It's sad that I have to set this up because of my cat, but that is the whole reason why I got this thing. Not to be one of those fancy streamers with a light up desk. I don't care about that shit, but now I'm going to have to be one of those so that I can find the shit that my cat hides. It's the whole point. I'm going to do it under my bed too. It's going to be under my desk and under my bed. Which, I don't care about lighting under my bed, but hey, I have to go full on fancy just to counteract my cat. I'm not doing it for aesthetics. It's just going to end up working out that way. One die is a... what? A cultural... yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, I guess it is. She's going full demon hunter on me. She's camouflaged. She does it on purpose. She absolutely does do it on purpose. Black cats will seek out shadows to hide in. Because, ow. That was unpleasant. Right, we were naming this moth so that I can start actually discussing books here. We've got stories and books to discuss. We actually have things. Oh yeah, Corey Feldman. I kind of sort of met him this weekend. He kept walking by me repeatedly on Saturday night. I refused to... not Saturday, Friday night. Friday night. He kept walking by me and by my friend. And we kind of refused to acknowledge him. We just kind of kept on with our conversations, but would quiet down a little bit so that we could hear what he was saying. And he's such a butthole. I can say this because I know this guy's never going to see my shit. He's way too full of himself. He's such a butt. Wasn't he like double price Elijah Wood to get photos and stuff with him? Meanwhile, Elijah Wood is actually the headliner. The actual headliner is Elijah Wood. He knocked Corey down a peg. But Corey's still acting like he's the headliner and, you know, charging people double. And one of the times that he walked by, the several times he walked by, he's ranting to his guards because he doesn't walk around alone. He always walks around with guards. Meanwhile, again, Elijah Wood, the headliner, walked by me with no guards. It was actually, no, it was our whole group. He walked by us like a person, like a normal person. He was so cool. He was, if there's a big celebrity that you're looking to meet, Elijah Wood is a good one to choose. Bruce Campbell is another good one to choose. They're both headliner material that I would recommend. But yeah, one of the times he was walking by, He was ranting up a storm. And I remember the key phrase that we both heard was, "I don't pay for tables." And then he was going on ranting, saying that he doesn't pay for other things as well, but we didn't hear what the other things were. We just very clearly heard him in the shittiest tone say, "I don't pay for tables." So that's kind of our thing now. Now we make fun of Corey Feldman not paying for things. It starts with tables. You know, he gets free furniture all the time. I don't know what he was actually talking about, but hey. I know he was being a jerk, so I'm gonna make fun of him. Corey Feldman doesn't pay for tables. Corey Feldman doesn't pay for shipping. He doesn't need Prime. Fuck your Prime. Corey Feldman is Prime. You pay Corey Feldman to ship things to Corey Feldman. Corey Feldman doesn't pay for Pop-Tarts. Fuck your Pop-Tarts. He'll throw them back in your face. Corey Feldman is too good for Pop-Tarts. You know, we're going along the lines of that, and it gets more and more ridiculous as the day goes on. So if you ever hear me making that kind of reference, that's the backstory. This is actually from a real, not interaction with him. It's from shit he actually said in front of me that was gross. It was gross. I didn't like it. I didn't like his attitude, so now I'm gonna make fun of him. Sorry. I know he's been through some shit, but a lot of people have been through shit. And that's still not an excuse to be a shitty person. I've been traumatized too, bud. I don't let that turn me into a monster. He pays Corey Feldman when he buys anything on Amazon. Exactly. Corey Feldman doesn't pay for Prime. Corey Feldman is Prime, bro. Even though Bezos is a fucking billionaire and Corey Feldman's just some has-been. Corey Feldman's walking around with these big muscly guards while Elijah Wood, the actual headliner, the one that everybody wants to meet, is just walking around like some guy, smiling, just waving at people like, hey, just this normal. He's so fucking sweet. He's so fucking sweet. I love when people that you look up to end up being worth looking up to. And I can say I look up to him because he's taller than me. He is a lovely human, and he's been in a lot of awesome things other than Lord of the Rings. I mean, fucking Wilfred, man. If only I could have dressed up as Wilfred. Totally would have done that. Or if I get into plushie making, I'm totally making a Wilfred plushie, and if I ever meet the guy again, he can have it. He can just have the whole thing. I'll just give him the plushie. That's what'll happen. If I ever meet him again, I'm making him a plushie, and he can have it. Simply because I already know that he's nice. Now that I know that he's nice, if I ever come across Elijah Wood again, I'm giving him a Wilfred plushie. Hell yeah. Brandy, Quaid, and Kane were the most expensive. Oh yeah, Kane was there on Sunday. I got to meet him too. Elijah was worth that price, yes. 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 Which I need to transfer that back over to you. Oh, I do have your PayPal, so we're good. I can get that over there. But yeah, definitely worth the price. Kane, he was less than Elijah, but not far behind Elijah. And again, I'm trying to remember exactly what Corey's prices were. I didn't memorize it because I had no intention of meeting him because I knew he was a pompous dick. I don't use that term lightly. It's not a creative insult, you know, but somebody lives up to it. Okay, I'll use a more colorful one. He's an airplane vomit bag in denial. He thinks he's not in that back pocket of a seat, but he definitely is. Three-figure, yes, it was in the three-figure range. was painful. Well, and there were rules too. You could not talk to Corey Feldman. You could not look at him. If he was walking by and you tried to say hi, he wasn't even going to acknowledge your existence. None of that shit. Because he's too good for that. Because he's Corey fucking Feldman. He gets free furniture. He doesn't pay for tables. No, we're not going to go into that. We're not going to start trauma dumping this shit. He has no excuse to be a shit. He has no excuse. There's no excuse for that. Like, it's one thing to have, you know, some damage and anxiety issues and needing a little bit of space because you don't want to be triggered. That's one thing, and I'm happy to accommodate that. But this is not why he had those rules. He had those rules because he thought he was better than everyone else. There's a big fucking difference. Big fucking difference. I wasn't expecting to bitch about Corey Feldman this much in my stream. Corey Feldman doesn't pay for views. Corey Feldman doesn't pay for groceries. I'm gonna take these ears off because they're hurting my head. Corey fucking Feldman. Don't waste your money. Don't waste your money unless you have a whole bunch of disposable income you can just throw away to go up and make fun of him and do that quote. So I hear you don't pay for tables. Just have that haunt him for the rest of his life, and he won't even remember because, you know, we're the little people. He won't remember walking by a couple of people that were listening to his conversation as he was ranting about stupid celebrity shit. Corey Feldman doesn't pay for security. Oh, he better. He better. He made those guys work hard. Those poor guys. And they had to listen to his shit all day. Like, all day. I feel so bad for his security. I hope they're paid really, really well. I really hope that they are paid super well, but I don't know. Oh, I felt for them. I felt for them because they had to follow him around all fucking day. Everywhere. Everywhere. Pretty sure Corey Feldman would walk all the way up to his room just to use the bathroom so that he wouldn't have to interact with anybody in the public bathrooms. Meanwhile, the other celebrities, I'm running it. I can't step 2 feet into the bathroom without running into some celebrity in the bathroom. It's because, you know, they're normal people. Eh. Let's see. That's a lot. What is all of that? That is a lot to read. The non-personalization. Apparently that's been used to flip his autograph. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Robert Englund? Yeah, I've met him a couple of times. He's really nice. He's a goofy goober. He's a goofy goober. And he likes to be silly. Particularly with Kane. And the main thing that Kane and I bond over is scarification. Because, you know, Kane's covered in scars. And then he's actually been there throughout the whole process of my scarification. So he got to see it when it was fresh cut, like days after it was cut, while the ashes were still embedded into it and it was still kind of bloody. And then he got to see it healed later on. And I had to sit there and as he ate a donut, because he knew I wasn't going to move. He knew I wasn't gonna say shit. He was gonna sit there and eat that donut while everybody waited in line. That's alright. He was really nice. That's a lot to read. I'm gonna assume that you're saying something nice about somebody, because that's a lot of text. So thumbs up to whoever you're talking about. Right, so we have to name this guy so that I can actually get into discussing these books. We have actual books to discuss. We have The Great Destroyer. George Romero. Okay. Where have I been? What do you mean, where have I been? I've been here all night. I've been here. Let me check my other chat real quick. I have another chat that I'm not checking. No one's there. Cool. That's fine. I'm okay with that, actually. Okay. So I should I bother with the poll? What do you think? Should I just call you Maud? That sounds so normal, though. I want to name this this moth. Bother with the poll? Maybe. It's not going to have an E because of Maud Pie. She does not have an E. I don't know. Oh, look, an ad break. Okay. Well, alright. There we go. That's what we needed. We needed the TLDR. Okay. Let's see. New poll. We're gonna name you. Let's see. Maud. Meatball. Marshmallow. Moofy. I feel like I need to have another one in there. Okay, I just added in another name, Morp. And if anybody is a fan of Markiplier, you'll know what that's from. Okay. Well. Okay, we'll just make this a 10-minute poll. So the poll for the Mothman names are up. There's Maud, there's Morp, Marshmallow, Moofy, Meatball. And people in the realm of the green can vote twice. Just put it in the chat. I'll type the options for you. What the fuck? There we go. What was the other one? Now this doesn't guarantee that I'm going to choose that name, but there's the options for people in the green. There's nobody in the red, so I'm not gonna type it over there, but the options are Maud, Morp, Marshmallow, Moofy, and Meatball. And again, Morp is a reference to Markiplier when he played Doki Doki Literature Club. He couldn't think of a name, so he just ended up naming him Morp. And I loved it. Let's see. You do like Morp? Because you get the reference? Aha! Okay, I'll put down your vote for Morp if that's what you choose. Moofy's your pick? Okay. So then we have 2 for Moofy. We have a 3-way tie for... Oh, nope, Morp is winning. Yes. I'm actually kind of okay with Morp winning. I'm pretty okay with that. Morp. Well, it's just gonna end up being your name. Ooh. Morp is winning. Morp is winning. All hail Morp! Morp the moth! I love it. And I'm not allowing extra votes. So it's 1 vote per person. 1 vote per person. Morp. It's like some sound that somebody would make. Like a Pokemon sound. Morp. Right? Some kind of onomatopoeia. You know? You just got morped. Morp. Why do you let me speak? You haven't been here for very long. I'm gonna get my cat. You could see that as a Pokemon sound. I could too. They've got to be running out of ideas at this point. I can feel it. There's a hair on my nose. I don't know if it's Maros's. Did I get it? I think I got it. I hope I got it. Alright, Miros, come over here. Miros. Mirosva, where are you? Where'd you go? Miros, I need your cuteness. I gotta borrow your cuteness real quick. Hello? Hello? Kitty? Where'd you go? You better not have gone back upstairs. I have a kitty. I have a kitty and I have chocolate. She is not happy. Look at her. How's it? Oh, Morp is definitely winning. Morp, Venonat, Venomous. Right? You be part of the Poke Rat? See, it's a good thing you're not a boy cat. Actually, no, I would have still named you Meros. Dude, he's an awesome villain. It's onomatopoeia, and all he says is onomatopoeias. It's great. Right? Right. Right. Everybody gets taken aback when they're like, who's your favorite comic book villain? Onomatopoeia. Who the fuck is that? Onomatopoeia. Look him up. Right? Look him up. He's awesome. My hair's getting in my nose. It's tickling my nose. How do you do that? How do you do that? How do you get... No, no, stop. No, I love you. Please. Please, no, I love you. Stay. Stay. No, please. Please, stay. Stay. No, 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 no. Why do you do this? Why can't... Just let me love you. Please, let me love you. Let me... What are you even doing? How's this gonna work? How's this gonna work? Let's see, how many minutes do we have left? Oh, it's over halfway done. But I think we know who the winner is. I think we know the winner's gonna be Morp. So it's gonna be the last one I added in. This is now my candy purse. This purse specifically holds candy because it doesn't have room for anything else. Can't actually use it as a normal purse. Because nothing fucking fits. Makes me really sad. It looked a lot bigger in the pictures, but now it has candy. It's the one thing it does now. Release me, human. Release me so that I can be jealous that your attention is elsewhere. And constantly annoy you so that you end stream and then ignore you. Like I didn't care all along. I got what I wanted. What the fuck you want from me? Okay. Yeah, I think we know who the winner is. I think we know who the winner is. Guess he's gonna be named Morp! Yeah, you. Yeah, that's right. Oh, thank you. I got it off of Temu. I got it off of Temu. It was really, really cute. It was also really stupid cheap. But quality's a lot better than I expected. It's actually pretty decently well made. It's nice. But it doesn't fit shit. See how big it looks? It's not actually that big. It doesn't fit shit in there. But hey, candy. And no one thinks that candy's in a purse. Nobody would think to look there. It's fucking mine. My candy. Actually, I say that, but I enjoy sharing candy with other people. So I usually have candy in my purse as well, so that I can share it. Huh? Did he not think what? What? I don't know Kevin Smith's thought process. Why are you asking me? I don't live inside his mind. I'm just glad to have that kratom taste out of my mouth. It's nice. I think some more of my swelling is going down because now this one's bugging me too. Yay. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm not getting surgery this week because of insurance. Where I have to fight insurance, so yeah. Morp is the winner! Morp the Moth. Alright, his name is Morp now. This is Morp the Moth with glittery eyes. Right? Right. I actually don't know if he did have a name. Nope, just Mothman. Well, now Mothman's name is Morp. Morpy boy. Morpster. Morp. Yeah, it does suck. It does suck because I need that tooth removed. Yep, I need it removed. And I want to be put under to have it removed because I had a very traumatic experience during the one time that I wasn't put under. And they removed a tooth. And I wasn't properly numbed. I felt it. I felt all of it. Now I don't trust dentists even more. But yeah, you just want to go ahead and trigger that trauma again, don't ya? Don't ya, insurance? You just want to trigger that trauma. Alright. Yeah, not cool. No, that guy does not deserve to have a practice anymore. It's ridiculous. I hate what healthcare has become, because it's not healthcare. There's no care involved. Okay. I have no room on my desk. No room. None. Zero. Zip. I need to reorganize. Yeah, well, you can't sue. You can't sue because you have to sign a waiver in order to even be touched by a dentist now, which means you can't sue. So, nope. Basically, that waiver says they can be completely incompetent and you can't sue them for it. Yeah. Welcome to the US healthcare system. All right, so we have a couple of new books here. I still have the short story of the Black Destroyer, which is the sci-fi story from 1939 with one of my favorite creatures. One of my favorite fantasy sci-fi creatures ever. The Coral, which is a big Black Panther cat with tentacles. Or they're kind of like tentacles. Don't think of squid or octopus tentacles. It's not like that. They're kind of void-esque. They're roughly kind of like tentacles. Yet a dentist refused to even give you numbing agent for a filling. Why? That's exactly what they have to do for a filling. But yeah, that's I mean, it's not exactly the same as having an entire tooth pulled out and then him also breaking the tooth next to it, which later had to be taken out because he broke it beyond repair. Yeah, it was a really bad day. I've been having a bad couple of years. It's not good. Not good. It was really painful. Not the most painful thing I've ever been through, but it was really painful. I know exactly what the term pulling teeth is like. I have literally been through that and felt it. So, yes, I can compare anything to pulling teeth and actually mean it. You're fading fast? All right, Jack, have a good night. Thank you for coming by. Yeah, I've had a lot of dental work done. Anyway, outside of dental work, which is also horrific, we have other books. So these are some indie books that I got at the convention from a couple of authors that I met. So this one that I got on Friday is like a collection of mini stories, and the guy recommended it if I was into things like Event Horizon, so I was like, yeah, give me that shit. Give me that shit. So they vary in length, so this will be an easy one to kind of pick up, put down. The book title is What Has Two Heads, 10 Eyes, and Terrifying Table Manners. That's the title of the book. And it is by Sonny Hatton. I hope I said his name right. It was very loud in the place. It's really hard to hear. But when we do go through this book, I'm going to be adding his website and stuff into some commands. So it'll be easy to find his stuff. He's really nice. And then the other one that I got on Saturday while I was Mothman is Hammer and Blood, a book by, Victor Bloodstone. What? I thought his name was Brian. Yeah, it's Brian. Why did it say Victor? Donnie, explain. Is he not the author of the book? Or does he go by an alias for his novels? I do love his autograph in this, though. He specialized it. Spanky, sometimes you have to be the bear. It's very true. Sometimes you do have to be the bear, and sometimes you have to be the moth. Now I'm curious. But he also invited me to a it was like a bookstore opening thing happening. He wrote it, I'm positive. Yeah, I remember him saying he wrote it, but he doesn't credit himself. It says Victor Bloodstone. Maybe he does have an alias, but on all of his social media, it's Brian. Brian Koshinsky? Koshinsky? Did I say that right? Koshinsky. I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Awesome guy, very friendly. Highly recommend. This is not mini stories though. This is legitimate, a full book. We can read a little bit on the back and see what we're in for. Oh, that's the lunch. That's a big lunch. It sounds lovely though. Yes, they are both lovely. Lovely, lovely people. They let me hold a big hammer. Let's see. Ptolemy Lindquist, one of the greatest assassins in the world, is contemplating retirement so he can be a better father to his daughter, Callista. Taking out a small-time crime lord running a backwoods drug lab is going to be his last job. Yeah, sure. His swan song. Why is there a host of hired guns trying to kill him? Reading list? Well, I haven't written out the reading list yet because I want you guys to help me choose where we're going to start. Bigger hammer. That's right. Donnie made the big hammer. That thing was heavy. What am I missing now? I'm just going to keep going on with these novels. Let's see. Zebediah Seeley is released from prison after serving only 5 years for the kidnap, the rape, and the murder of several young women. Oh, I hope he dies. I automatically hope this guy dies. He doesn't know why his sentence was shorter than it should have been, and he doesn't care. All he wants to do is return to his house and barn in the woods. Why are there strangers running a drug lab on his property? Okay, so I'm guessing these are a bunch of separate stories that end up crossing paths. That's what it seems the layout is here, is it's taking it from different perspectives, different places, and then they just kind of join together. So that's my assumption with Hammer and Blood. And then this one, like I said, horror, sci-fi, bunch of mini stories. So this is going to go all over the place. I told him not to tell me which one to start with. Or if I did ask him to tell me, I forgot. Because I'm terrible. And I was super shy and anxious the whole weekend. So my brain is really dumb right now. Okay, I will read a little bit of the back of this one. So, again, the book title is What Has 2 Heads, 10 Eyes, and Terrifying Table Manners. So, it contains more than a dozen short stories blending horror and science fiction elements. You know, again, Event Horizon, good example. These imaginative tales written by some of the best new genre authors are oftentimes horrifying, sometimes humorous, and always entertaining. So, okay, so this is featuring works from several different authors, apparently. So that one guy I met wasn't the only one? I did ask him to sign it, though. And his signature was, Spanky, in space, it's okay to scream. Because no one fucking hears you. I see. So I guess some of the stories, authors or collaborators in here, there's Steve Billings, Frank Collia, Catherine Edmonds, Casey Griffant. If I'm even saying the names right, I'm terrible with names. Daniel Hale, Sonny Hatton, which is the one that actually put this book together. Ashley Norris Hurd, Thomas Clayton, Lisa Marie Lamb, Vince Liberato, James Austin McCormick. Wow, there's a bunch in here. There's a special guest appearance by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Interesting, interesting. So, we have lots of things to read. More than we had before, which was already a lot. So, we've got to make some decisions here. We've got more decisions to make. I know, I'm asking a lot of you. A lot of you guys tonight. I'm asking you to make all my choices for me. So, I do want to get into the indie books as soon as possible. Jack of Knights, thank you for the follow. Feel free to say hello. We're all friendly here. We named my little Mothman Morp tonight. If you're a fan of Markiplier, then you know where that came from. And we're also going over the new books that I got at Monster Mania this past weekend, as well as kind of choosing a game plan for them, where we want to start. Of course, the what has two head... I don't want to say the whole thing every single time. What should we nickname it? Two Heads, 10 Eyes. We're gonna nickname the book Two Heads, 10 Eyes. So this will be good for short reads to pick up a random short story to cleanse a palate, which will be really good. There you are, Jack of Knights. Hello, welcome in. This one, I think this one can actually be divvied up pretty well as well, because it seems like it's from different characters, so you can almost split it up by that, which is pretty cool. I actually like when books do that. That's why Bram Stoker's Dracula is so fun, because you get the perspective of all the different characters, except for Dracula, of course. You're partial to strong women, though she was your favorite. Wait, who's your favorite? Is there a side conversation going on here? Am I missing out on something? Are you guys having separate conversations? How fucking dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Also, that's a really cute cat emote. So, and then we also have the Dark Destroyer. Now, that one, I think it's more of a sci-fi than a horror. So if we have to make that one wait, we can make that one wait. This is spooky month. We have to do spooky. Plus, I like to encourage indie authors. Thank you for the hug, sister. Also, I'm gonna grab a drink. I think my voice is actually woken up now, so we can actually choose something to read. Now, if we do the Black Destroyer tonight, that's gonna take up the whole stream. I don't even know if I'll get it done during stream. I'll do my best. But it's a short story, but it's a long short story. If I do one of the short stories from Two Heads, 10 Eyes, that'll probably be a lot easier. I can scope one out that'll be the right length for stream. And then the other one, that's going to be a chapter by chapter sort of thing. You want to scream in space? That's your vote? Okay. Okay, so that would be Two Heads, 10 Eyes would be that one. Though technically, Black Destroyer is also in space. But, let me get my drink. Let me get my drink. I'll set up this poll. We're going to make some choices. We're going to make some choices. We're going to choose where we're going to start. I kind of want to put out an announcement for the indie authors, though. Oh, do I not have a drink in here? Alright, I'm stuck with water. I don't have any more bubblies. I'm stuck with normal, boring water. Spooky season is your favorite time of year? And winter? I'm not a huge fan of winter, but I do like spooky season. Black metal weather? Oh, yeah. Well, I don't like black metal. Yeah. Hello, kitty. Hello. So I guess what we can do is, I think what would be a safe choice for tonight, because I do want to do a post and kind of announce it, because sometimes the authors like to show up. So we won't do the new stuff tonight. I think I'll just do the Black Destroyer tonight so that I can make a post, do announcements for what we're going to read next. But I will... Oh, come on. Oh, she missed. Do you want some water, baby? Is that what you hopped up here for? All right, it's time for some cute. No, look. Come here. Get your tail out of my drink. Look. Come here. Look. Oh, okay. She is adorable. I'm getting that ASMR. Right? I'm getting this. Don't lick the cup. Isn't it enough that I'm getting your backwash? Stop licking the cup. Stop. Don't lick the cup. Oh, hello. Your Publix sells seltzer water for 99 cents. Ooh, nice. But hello, Finished Edits. You think it's cheaper compared to buying the pack? Yeah, depending on where you get it, yeah. I tend to prefer the cans though. I don't like getting the bigger bottles of carbonated things because the carbonation goes away and then it tastes weird. So I usually prefer cans or small bottles, if possible. Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? You want more? You can have more. Don't you chew? It's going pretty well. Yes, my kitty. Little cutie patoot. She's taking her time. Yeah. She always likes to steal from my water. She has a filtered fountain, but that's not good enough for her. She has to have my water or have a syringe squirt into her mouth. She's a goofy goober. I did not know that. I did not know that. You okay? You have little hiccups? Got a little... No, don't run away. I love you. Fine. Jerk. Hello, Welsh Republic. How are you? Oh, yeah. She's always happy. She's happy I'm not out and about. She was upset all weekend because I was not home. Right. I was going to do the poll for after Black Destroyer. We're going to do Black Destroyer first because I do want to make sure that there's announcements and notifications so that the authors know when I'm reading their books because I know they like to know when I'm reading them. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to make a poll. So, new poll. Okay. And for people in the realm of the green and the red, just type the option in chat that you want. So option 1 will be the short sci-fi horror stories. Yeah, yep. See, this is why I didn't type out the title, because it won't even let me. Whatever, we'll just do short sci-fi horror. And then the actual, hold on, Hammer and Blood. Ah, I can't see. I can't see. And think she got one of her hairs in my eyes. Okay. And we can go ahead and make that a 10-minute poll as well. So the two options for people that don't have the actual poll in their chat, it's the sci-fi horror collection, and then the other one is the Hammer and Blood, which is the novel. Okay. Go ahead and put that on, but we can start with Black Destroyer tonight. You're liking... Oh, okay, that's a side conversation. Fleur de Mal? It's what? Some kind of bad flower? My French isn't great. I have not. Sci-fi horror sounds cool. Oh yeah. Well, it's more of, do you want a collection of short stories, or do you want like another novel like we just got done reading? Ah, dark poetry. Okay, so deciding if I want to pull this up on my tablet or if I just want to read it on my phone. Tablet's going to be bigger and easier for me to see. Yes. I've been working on a commission. That's the only thing that's making me hesitant. So I have to rotate this. Okay. Where is... Let me clean my screen. I've been drawing on this thing. Corey Feldman doesn't pay for screens. Corey Feldman's too good for screens. Corey Feldman doesn't need a screen. He only needs to see himself. Fuck your mirrors. Corey Feldman doesn't pay for mirrors. Those mirrors have to pay Corey Feldman. Okay. See, I have a stylus here. There we go. Alright, let's pull this up. I'm pretty sure I have it in my email. Turn up this brightness too. Nope, there's my commission. Somebody messaging me? Okay. Oh, that's much better. I think I emailed it to myself, but I can also look it up if I need to. Short stories are fun. That is very true. It's very true. Yeah, I'll have to go out and get myself some more seltzer water. So, I hope I sent it. Black Destroyer. Yes, I did. Yay, we're going to start that. I should have started that, but I didn't. Oh, geez, the layout for this is going to be interesting. I wonder if I rotate it. That didn't help at all. That didn't help at all. Yeah, gotta go away. Nope, didn't help at all. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I guess it's just going to be off to one side for some reason. Oh, here we go. I can at least zoom in. That works. All right. So I don't know if this is even going to show up on the screen because of all the lighting and reflecting off of my screen, but you can see some of the original. No, you can't see shit. I'll post it in the Discord. So you guys can see some of the original shit, the art, but you can even Google it. If you Google the Black Destroyer, which is the original short story from 1939, or if you look up Astounding Science Fiction, where it was also published, and then I think it was a wasn't it a title in a sci-fi novel? Might have been the Astounding Sci-Fi fiction. I don't know. But anyway, it's written by A. E. Van Vogt. If I'm saying that correct. I hope I'm saying that right. What am I dressing up for Halloween? I don't know exactly. I have a bunch of stuff that I can wear. I'm probably just going to wear Mothman. Because Mothman's just kind of my jazz this year. It's my jam. Hello, Pat Matat. Trick or treat. Hearts on the screen. Oh, no, don't spam them. I will do the hearts on the screen and the trick or treat. Okay, the other one's just showing some love. Never mind. That's fine. Yeah, I have to do it. I have to actually do it. So it will work, but I have to do it. You gotta wait. You gotta wait a second. Hearts on the screen. Okay. And then the trick or treat is where I actually get to use my pumpkin. There's a sparkle in my eyes. Sparkle in my eyes. There's a sparkle in my eyes? Wait, like, is it just a lot of glare from my glasses? Okay, so I have to hope that this is kind of mixed up. I can't look at what I'm getting. Thank you. Thank you. It's way too small to use as an actual purse, so I just put candy in there, and now this is my trick-or-treat bag. Okay. Right. I'm just gonna stir it up a bit and try and mix it up. Okay. Okay. What did I get? The Tootsie Fruities. It's a fruit punch fruity. Okay. So that's what I get. I get to have a fruity. It ripped. It ripped. No. Thank you. I have another that I'm debating giving to my niece. This is way too... Nope. My head needs a break from the cat ears. We already did that. Can I get a refund for the cat ears? Because my head needs to rest from that. Not too many redeems. Not all at once. If one of my mods could refund that, that would be great. Because I can't do that for a little bit. My head needs a little bit longer. Okay. It's okay. You didn't know. You didn't know. But I try to keep the redeems not too spammy. Like, maybe limit them to 2 for a little bit and then wait just in case, because other people won't want to redeem at the same time sometimes. I do add a cooldown. I add a cooldown. But the thing is, cat ears for 15 minutes and then everyone in chat is a cat both involves me wearing cat ears. I have cooldowns on every single redeem that I have. Every single redeem has cooldowns and limits. But that doesn't stop people from redeeming different redeems all at the same time. So adding cooldowns does not prevent that from happening. There's no way of doing that other than telling people, hey, don't do that. Oh, I love this tablet. I'm so glad that I can actually work from this thing. It is. It is. All headbands feel weird on me. I've never really had much luck with headbands. That's why I don't wear them much. They've always been tight on my head, even though my head's small. I don't even have a big head. I have a small head, but headbands feel weird. Alright, so the Black Destroyer. Oh, maybe I should set the mood. Maybe go from Animal Crossing to... what do I want to put on? I still have the rain and stuff, but maybe we did too much of that. Let's see. What kind of background sound can we find? I don't know. Please don't autoplay. Please don't autoplay. Don't you do it. Okay, good. I do have autoplay turned off. Good. One of the best decisions ever. Let's see. Let's see. Lo-fi? I don't want lo-fi. Why is everything lo-fi? There's a horror synthwave mix. How long are you though? 42 minutes. That's not going to be long enough. I'm going to have to go through and listen to this stuff like outside of stream to pick something. Fuck it. We're going to do Animal Crossing today. Technically, this is more sci-fi than horror, but I feel like I'm ruining the vibe with this. Yeah, Newchew, I'm well aware. I have all of those limits on. The thing is, Newchew, it doesn't stop people from redeeming different redeems. I cannot put a limit on how many different redeems people redeem at a time. There's no option for that. I have limits on all my redeems. There are limits on all of them. Believe me, I've been doing this for a little while. I know how to limit the redeems. I've learned. I learned that a long time ago. But there is no way for me to stop you or anybody else joining in from redeeming a trick-or-treat or and then a snack and then a virtual hug and then a hug a plushie and then a group hug and then all of that all at once. Like, there's no way to stop that. I can only do it for the individual redeems. Let's see. Faku? Is that how I say your name? Posture. Is it really that bad? I'll put a pillow behind my back. Maybe that'll help. Hey, wait. Mort, you're gonna be my back support tonight. Oh man, he's perfect. Mort, this is your job now. I love you, Mort. I'm sorry. It is. It's a very huge oversight. I would also like them to have 2 different modes, since I do variety streaming and sometimes I VTube when I can't be on camera because of health things. Gotta love health conditions. It would be nice to have, you know, a set of redeems for one type of stream and then be able to use a set of redeems for another type instead of having to go through and individually turn one off and the other on and just going through each and every one every single time I want to switch it up. Just, you know, let me make a little collection of redeems for one type of stream, a collection of redeems for another type of stream, and then toggle it off and on which one I want to use. It would be super easy and would be really nice for variety streamers like me, because it is so annoying to have to go in and go over each and every redeem every single time, and if I forget to do it, there's always somebody that's going to redeem something that I can't do while VTing. Then they have to get refunded, and then I have to go through during stream and toggle it all. It would really help. It is. Oh, did you know that I've been streaming for 2.5 years reading books, and there still isn't a category for book reading? I'm still under just chatting. 2.5 years. I've been doing this. 2.5 years I've been under the category of just chatting in my reading streams. But other platforms have reading. Newer ones have reading as an option. Only if it gets claimed. I get permission from authors, or I try to pick things that are really old. And it's dumb. It's dumb. I try to be pretty picky about the stuff that I read. Every single author I've come across, they were happy to have me read their stuff. Absolutely happy to have me read their stuff for them, especially indie authors. I have not come across one that didn't like the idea. Now, at first they're confused, like, you're reading books in a room full of people? No, I'm reading, it's on Twitch. I'm online. What? Or they hear streaming and they're like, oh, you play video games. I mean, I do, but no, my shtick is reading. I read books, and when I do game, I usually, play something that involves reading as well, though it's spooky month, so we're just doing spooky things this month. I'd say so. I've had a few authors actually send me their books. It was really nice. The gentleman with Hammer and Blood, he actually just gave me the book. I didn't expect that. I was expecting to buy the book. I went there with intent to buy, but that's not what happened. Yeah, variety's good. It's good to switch it up, especially when you have weird depression and anxiety. You gotta have that. But reading is good for you. I hope I make their day. I want to make their day. It takes a lot to write a book. A lot goes into that. Especially if you are really serious about editing the book. That shit takes a while. Editing alone is annoying because there's always small things that even big authors miss. Or, well, it's not just the authors, it's the editors miss all the time. And then with indie authors, they're very likely their own editors a lot of the time. I know it's slow charging, it's okay. I need to get a fast charger at some point. Aw. It's once the explaining part is out of the way, they usually get a smile on their face. Like, oh, you're a nerd. That's what it is. You're a fucking nerd. Okay, that's cool. Thanks. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. It's my job to be a nerd. You're weird about it, don't want anyone profiting off of their work. Even though you're just promoting their work for them. Yeah, some authors are weird about it. That's why I do my best to ask for permission. I do my best. I reach out. But I've never not gotten permission. Alright. So the Black Destroyer. We're traveling back. Well, we're not really traveling back. I'm pretty sure this takes place in the future, but the book, or not the book, the short story was written in 1939. So this is the future from the perspective of 1939. It is. I always promote their stuff. I put links to their websites and make sure it's really easy for people to find it. And sometimes I'll read from their books multiple times. Like, I'm overdue to read a short story from Murmurs in the Dark, which was the first book I ever read while streaming. It was the first one I had, was from an indie author that I actually personally know. I grew up with the guy and found out that he wrote books, and he found out that I was going to get into streaming and wanted to read books in my streams, and he's like, oh, do you want to read one of my books? And I was like, fuck yeah, I do. Send that shit over. And then he did. It was great. He was a good guy. They're weird about their games being streamed. They're not weird about it anymore. They're not weird about it anymore. They got over that real quick when everybody was in an uproar about it. He was always sweet to me. Always a sweet guy. So let's see. Yeah, he'll pop in. If he sees that I'm reading from his book, he'll usually pop into the chat. Even if I don't tell him that I'm reading. So he's always got a little eye out. Alright, the Black Destroyer. On and on the coral prowled. The black, moonless, almost starless night yielded reluctantly before a grim reddish dawn that crept up from his left. A vague, dull light it was, that gave no sense of approaching warmth, no comfort, nothing but a cold, diffuse lightness, slowly revealing a nightmare landscape, black, jagged rock, and black, unliving plain took form around him, as the pale red sun peered at last above the grotesque horizon. Yeah, this background music isn't doing it for me. Not doing it for me, sorry. No, we're switching back to the basic rain. I don't care. Let me go back to the beginning. There we go. That's just really loud though. That's way too loud. Let me make this quiet. There we go. Yeah, I try to keep it pretty quiet, but I can probably hear it a little bit better than you sometimes. Sometimes I can't hear it and you can. Anyway, back to the story. It was then the coral recognized suddenly that he was on familiar ground. He stopped short. Tenseness flamed along his nerves. His muscles pressed with sudden, unrelenting strength against his bones. His great forelegs, twice as long as his hind legs, twitched with the shuddering movement that arched every razor-sharp claw. The thick tentacles that sprouted from his shoulders ceased their wearing undulation. It grew taut with anxious alertness. So Final Fantasy actually captured that decently well for the most part. It's a very popular enemy in the Final Fantasy games, is the coral. They use it in pretty much every single Final Fantasy game. Though they take liberties with it. Coral's supposed to be all black, but they don't make their corals black at all. There's almost no black. You've never played any Final Fantasy games before? Well, maybe you should give it a try. Maybe you should give it a try. I highly recommend it. Don't go for the newer ones. If you're wanting a turn-based combat experience, don't go for the newer ones. That's just me. I want to play Final Fantasy, not Kingdom Hearts without Disney. Anyway. Utterly appalled, he twisted his great cat head from side to side, while the little hair-like tendrils that formed each ear vibrated frantically, testing every vagrant breeze, every throb in the ether. But there was no response, no swift tingling along his intricate nervous system. Nothing, not the faintest suggestion anywhere, the presence of the all-necessary id. Hopelessly, Coral crouched, an enormous cat-like figure silhouetted against the dim reddish skyline, like a distorted etching of a black tiger resting on a black rock in a shadow world. He had known this day would come. Through all the centuries of restless search, this day had loomed ever nearer, blacker, more frightening, this inevitable hour when he must return to the point where he began his systematic hunt, a world almost depleted of id creatures. The truth struck in waves like an endless rhythmic ache at the seat of his ego. When he had started, there had been a few id creatures in every 100 square miles, to be mercilessly rooted out. Only too well Coral knew in this ultimate hour that he had missed none. There were no id creatures left to eat. and all the hundreds of thousands of square miles that he had made his own by right of ruthless conquest, until no neighboring coral dared to question his sovereignty. There was no id to feed the otherwise immortal engine that was his body. Square foot by square foot, he had gone over it, and now he recognized the knoll of rock just ahead, the black rock bridge that formed a queer curling tunnel to his right. It was in that tunnel he had lain for days, waiting for the simple-minded, snake-like id creature to come forth from its hole in the rock to bask in the sun. His first kill after he had realized the absolute necessity of organized extermination. Goodness. Coral's dark. He licked his lips. They have lips? They have lips. In brief gloating memory of the moment, his slavering jaws tore the victim into precious toothsome bits. The dark fear of the idless universe swept the sweet remembrance from his consciousness, leaving only certainty of death. He snarled audibly, a defiant, devilish sound that quavered on the air, echoed and re-echoed among the rocks, and shuddered back along his nerves, instinctive and hellish expression. It's an ad break, goddammit, of his will to live. Fine. I guess I'll wait. I'm gonna take a quick break anyway, because I've been on for 2 hours. So I'm gonna take a quick break while this ad break is going on. I will be right back.
I hope that you have lovely dreams, or at least interesting ones. Good night. I hope that you have lovely dreams, or at least interesting ones. Good night.
Okay, I'm back. It decided to do an ad break, so I figured I would just get up for a moment and stretch my legs and give her a syringe. She wanted a syringe. Oh, thank you for the alert. Okay. So back into the story, which is down here. It's always terrible timing when Twitch decides to do an ad break. It's like mid-sentence when I'm towards the end of a paragraph, but not quite there. But we would have waited like 2 to 5 seconds. We'd be fine. That's okay. All right. I'll just reread the last paragraph. He snarled audibly, a defiant, devilish sound that quavered in the air, echoed and re-echoed among the rocks, and shuddered back along his nerves, instinctive and hellish expression of his will to live. Then, abruptly, it came. He saw it emerge. Okay, I said it like that because he saw was in all caps. It emerged out of the distance, on a long downward slant, a tiny glowing spot that grew enormously into a metal ball. The great shining globe hissed, hello, by above the coral, sowing visibly in quick deceleration. It sped over a black line of hills to the right, hovered almost motionless for a second, then sank down out of sight. Coral exploded from his startled immobility. With tiger speed, he flowed down among the rocks. His round black eyes burned with the horrible desire that was an agony within him. His ear tendrils vibrated. Oh, he has tendrils on his ears as well. A message of id in such tremendous quantities that his body felt sick with the pangs of his abnormal hunger. The little red sun was a crimson ball in the purple-black heavens when he crept up from behind a mass of rock and gazed from its shadows at the crumbling, gigantic ruins of the city that sprawled below him. The silvery globe, in spite of its great size, looked strangely inconspicuous against the vast fairy-like reach of ruins. Yet about it was a leashed aliveness, a dynamic quiescence? Quiescence? I don't fucking know. Quiescence? I don't know. That after a moment made it stand out, dominating the foreground. Let's see. Bira, thank you for the follow. Feel free to say hello as I struggle with reading, because, you know, my vocabulary isn't as vast as I thought it was. A massive rock-crushing thing of metal. It rested on a cradle made by its own weight. Let's see. Gabe Stepanon, thank you so much for the follow. Again, feel free to say hello. We're all friendly here. And my cat is using the litter box. I love her timing. There you are, Gabe. Hello. How are you tonight? Oh yeah, I never did look at the results of that last poll, did I? I never even looked. Did I not do it? Let's view the results. I don't even know if it actually put that out. Oh, the horror collection one. Okay, that's fine. I'm doing okay. Hold on, let me pull this forward. There we go, now I can see you. Here you are, Bureau. Oh, it's lovely to meet you too. It was pretty unanimous. I figured it would be. People want some short digestible things, which makes sense. A hydrate? Okay, I can do that. Means beer in Italian and Spanish. I did not know that. I did not know that. My Spanish is rather limited. My Italian is even more limited to, like, none. To roughly none. Well, good. I learned something new today. I've been spoiled by German, because beer is beer in German. Now, don't spam the redeems too much. After the stretch, I'm not doing any more for a little bit. There we go. Thank you. Also, I hate that this keeps rotating, as it keeps messing up where my story is. I might have to change that for... Hold on. Where's my display options? Just so that I can stop losing my place. Screen... Where's rotate? Rotate. Screen rotate. That isn't... What? What? Maybe it has to be display. Miros. With the ad influx? I'm showing some love is fine. Screen mode. Dark, motion smoothness, blah, 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 blah. We are looking for... I just want to know how to keep it from rotating all the fucking time. Just let me turn off the auto rotate. Why is this dumb? Why is this really dumb? What the hell? Why is it so easy on the phone and so difficult on the tablet? It's the same fucking OS, alright. There's hashtags in it now? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get this to stop rotating when I don't want it to rotate. Dude, I just want to keep it from rotating. Why is this annoying? I really just want to read this story. It should not be taking this long. I just want to turn off the auto rotate. What the fuck? Dude, Android, what are you doing? Cool, I guess that option's just not a thing anymore with their last update. I remember that being super easy to find, but I can't find it anymore. No, I don't want to open smart things. I just want to keep it from rotating the screen. That's it. Alright, well, okay. I guess I'm gonna have to look this up real quick as it keeps auto-rotating my fucking display on here, and I can't get it to stop. Used to be really easy to find. Now for some reason it's not. Accessibility. Why would you put it there? Why would it not be in display? Alright. That doesn't make any sense, but okay. Nope, not there. It's not there. Big Wheezy, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry that I'm doing this real quick. God damn it. Stop. Alright, cool. All of my devices are acting up. Stop. There is no select. That's not there. There is no auto rotate. They changed something in the settings. That better be good. Anyway, hi Reaper. That better be the fucking option. I didn't see it up there, but I'll look. What's with all these notifications? Eros, what are you doing? Hmm? Screen recorder. Ah, here we go. There it is. Alright, now I should be able to actually fucking read and not lose my place every 2 seconds when the screen decides to rotate. It's not the tablet's fault. It's fucking Android for constantly changing their shit. My cat? I don't know. I have a little Halloween dress for her. I already got it. I already took care of it. Meros! Meros! Stop! Thank you. Cool. Meros. Let me read. Stop! Stop! Meros! Let me read a fucking book. Bookish. It's a story. Let me read the story. Alright. Now I have to find where I was, because it rotated and kept messing with things. Okay, I think I'm somewhere around here. Let's see. Coral gazed at the strange two-legged creatures who stood in little groups near the brilliantly lighted opening that yawned at the base of the ship. His throat thickened with the immediacy of his need, and his brain grew dark with the first wild impulse to burst forth in furious charge and smash these flimsy, helpless-looking creatures whose bodies emitted the id vibrations. Oh my goodness. Meros, can I just fucking read? Meros, what are you doing? Are you playing with my dice? Did you steal another one? Did you steal another one? What are you doing? You'll have to explain to them why I'm not reading. Explain yourself. As I knock everything over. Explain yourself. Tell them. Tell them you're bad. Tell them you're bad. That's right. You tell them. I'm a bad kitty. Bad kitty. Bad kitty. You tell them, Meros. Tell them. Tell them how bad you are. Tell them of your evil. Tell them you're sorry. Maybe say sorry. Come on, say sorry. Say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being a little butthole. I'm so sorry for being a little butthole, distracting my human by making noise in the background, scratching the carpet, fussing with things, generally being disruptive. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The moment she puts me down, I'm gonna do it again. Yeah. I'm gonna do it so many more times. Ooh. Did I call you out? Did I call you out? What? If anyone here deserves to be fussing, I deserve to be fussing. Go to Night Warrior. Tell him. Come on. Be ashamed. Be ashamed of yourself. You wanna let me read? Oh, okay, okay. Here. Here. You want something nice? Here, try that. Yeah, don't be upset. Don't be upset. She's getting some peanut butter. I'm a nice lady. You know I'm nice. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, I just got conned. Did you guys see that? She totally conned me. She pretends she was upset so that I'd give her some of my peanut butter. Oh, shit. But she's so cute. I want to be mad, but she's just too cute. Cats are evil geniuses. Goodness. Maros Con. Maros, you should have a convention. Do you want a little bit more? Want a little bit more? I will set you free. I'm giving her more. Oh my goodness. She knows I'm an easy target too. She's like, give me that peanut butter jam mix. I know you stirred it up just how I like it. Give me some. Yeah, when I'm too lazy to make a PB&J sandwich, I just mix it in a little bowl and then eat it with a spoon. People think I'm eating pudding or some kind of ice cream. No. This is a PB&J without the bread. Because I couldn't be bothered to make it into a sandwich. Hello, Shrek. Good to see you. How have you been? Not world domination, but elaborate plan to get fat off of PB&J. That is exactly her intention here. She just wants all the PB&J. She wants to drink out of everybody's cup. If you have a cup, she wants to drink out of it. Do not put your cup down around her. At least not in a spot where she can easily get to it. She won't jump up on tables. But if there is a table or a counter next to a chair or a bed, she will go after it. And she'll knock it over. She'll knock it over. Just to be a little shit, won't you? I've lost many glasses of water because of her. Simply because I wouldn't hold it for her. I wasn't there the moment that she wanted me to hold that glass of water for her. So, she knocked it over. Spilled it. It's happened several times. So now if I leave, I take my glass of water and I put it over there at the coffee stand because she won't climb on that for some reason. I think it's because it's loud. Loud noise comes from it. Drink out of your cup of milk. You're making coffee and you turned around and there he was, face first into your milk. She ate my dinner tonight. I had, well, technically it's my breakfast or lunch because my schedule. But I was having some chicken and rice. Very simple meal. Has like this buttery, sour creamy sauce that you put over top of it. She licked my sauce. She just lapped up the sauce. She didn't care about the other shit in there. She just wanted to eat all of the sauce. She ate my sauce. You ate my sauce. And if I leave if I do make an actual PB&J sandwich and I get up and walk away for a moment, maybe I need a drink or something, or I forgot my phone in another room, it could be anything. If I get up and walk away for a second, she is on that thing. But she's not eating the sandwich. No, she doesn't want the bread. She's licking everything off the bread. Off of it. You little butthole. And then, if I try to put down a piece of the sandwich for her, she will flip it over. Like, she'll lick some of it, but she's not careful with it, and she flips it over and somehow magically gets it off of the surface that I put down for her, plate or a paper towel or something to keep it off the carpet. No, she always manages to get it on the carpet every single time. Every single time. It's trick or treat time. I don't think that helped mix anything up because it's too small. I'll try to see if I can get something different. It's a different type of fruit chew. It's mostly fruit chews in here. There's some chocolate in there too. So we get fruit chew. Thank you. Yeah, it's too small to be a regular purse, so now it's my little trick-or-treat bag. That is what it has become. Being an indica? Wait, indica like pot? Okay. Does somebody have some hobbies? Okay. Now I should be able to read. She says, with hope in her heart. Okay. Alright, so big creepy cat on a planet with some kind of abandoned metropolis. A ship of people just landed on the planet, and this cat is vibrating at them. That's where we are in the story, basically. This cat just keeps vibrating everywhere. Cool, cool, cool. Just vibrating all over. All the tendrils, all the tentacles are vibrating on this thing. 90% of everything you give him, he devours. Well, that's nice. She's not too bad. She likes most things that I like. So if I'm eating it, she's going to at least check it out to see if it's one of the things she likes. It's, yeah. She goes after everything I eat. She doesn't necessarily eat everything that I eat. But she knows that she likes some of the stuff that I like. So she'll check to see if it's one of the things she likes. Apparently, she likes sour cream. Learned that today. Let's see. Mists of memory stopped. That mad rush when it was still only electricity surging through his muscles. Memory that brought fear and an acid stream of weakness pouring along his nerves, poisoning the reservoirs of his strength. He had time to see that the creatures wore things over their real bodies, shimmering, transparent material that glittered in strange, burning flashes in the rays of the sun. Black Destroyer. The other memories came suddenly, of dim days when the city that spread below was living, breathing heart of an age of glory that dissolved in a single century before flaming guns whose wielders knew only that for the survivors there would be an ever-narrowing supply of it. It was the remembrance of those guns that held him there, cringing in a wave of terror that blurred his reason. He saw himself smashed by balls of metal and burned by searing flame. Came cunning, understanding of the presence of these creatures. This coral reasoned for the first time was a scientific expedition from another star. In the olden days, the corals had thought of space travel, but disaster came too swiftly for it to ever be more than a thought. Scientists meant investigation, not destruction. Scientists, in their way, were fools. Bold with his knowledge, he emerged into the open. He saw the creatures become aware of him. They turned and stared. One, the smallest of the group, detached a shiny metal rod from a sheath and held it casually in one hand. Coral loped on, shaken to his core by the action, but it was too late to turn back. Commander Hal Morton heard little Gregory Kent, the chemist, laugh with the embarrassed half-gurgle with which he invariably announced inner uncertainty. he saw Kent fingering the spindly metallite weapon. Kent said, "I'll take no chances with anything as big as that." Commander Morton allowed his own deep chuckle to echo along the communicators. "Did you find one of my dice, Meros? Because that sounds like a die." No, it's a piece of plastic. I got my eye on you. I will find my dice. Those are brand new dice, and you already lost them. Well, stole them, I should say. She stole them. She stole them and hid them like she does to all of my other dice. Which is why I got more dice, because people know that my cat steals dice. Turn my back for one moment. They're gone. Except for two. It's the two she already has hidden. She knows which ones she has and which ones she needs for her little hidden hoard. Ugh. That, he grunted finally, is one of the reasons why you're on this expedition, Kent. Because you never leave anything to chance. His chuckle trailed off into silence. Instinctively, as he watched the monster approach them across the black rock plain, he moved forward until he stood a little in advance of the others, his huge form bulking the transparent metallite suit. The comments of the men pattered through the radio communicator into his ears. Cat hair right on the tip of my nose. That's what that was. I was wondering why my nose was so annoyed. Always cat hair. I'd hate to meet that baby on a dark night in an alley. Don't be silly. This is obviously an intelligent creature, probably a member of the ruling race. It looks like nothing else than a big cat, if you forget those tentacles sticking out from its shoulders and make allowances for those monster forelegs. It's physical development, said a voice, which Morton recognized as that of Sido, the psychologist. Presupposes an animal-like adaptation to the surroundings, not an intellectual one. On the other hand, it's coming to us like this is not the act of an animal, but of a creature possessing a mental awareness of our possible identity. You will notice that its movements are stiff, denoting caution, which suggests fear and consciousness of our weapons. I'd like to get a good look at the end of its tentacles. Meros! Let me read! The end of its tentacles. I'm sure you would. Anyway. Where the fuck was I? Nurse, you made me miss my place. Oh, here we go. If they taper into hand-like appendages that can really grip objects, then the conclusion would be inescapable, that it is a descendant of the inhabitants of this city. It would be a great help if we could establish communication with it. Meros! That's it. Meros. Stop it. What are you doing? What are you messing with? What are you even messing with over there? What do you have? What is making that noise? Stop! Get out of here. Get in the bathroom. Trying to read a fucking story. Even though appearances indicate that it has degenerated into a historyless primitive. Stop it! fuck was that? Maros, what the fuck? I don't know what that motion was. It was some weird jump, flip, tumble thing. I don't know. She's going crazy, man. Coral stopped when he was still 10 feet from the foremost creature. Maros. The sense of id was so overwhelming that his brain drifted into the ultimate verge of chaos. He felt as if his limbs were bathed in molten liquid. His very vision was not quite clear. The sheer, sensuality of his desire thundered through his being. Maros. The men, all except the little one with the shiny metal rod in his fingers, came closer. Coral saw that they were frankly and curiously examining him. Their lips were moving and their voices beat in a monotonous, meaningless rhythm on his ear tendrils. At the same time, he had the sense of waves of a much higher frequency, his own communication level, only it was machine-like, clicking that jarred his brain. With a distinct effort to appear friendly, he broadcast his name from his ear tendrils, at the same time pointing at himself with one curving tentacle. Oh. Gorley. Oh. I'm sorry. I stopped, like, at the beginning of the sentence. That's so cute. Gorley, Chief of Communications, drawled. I got a sort of static in my radio when he wiggled those hairs, Morton. Do you think... Looks very much like it, the leader answered. The unfinished question. That means a job for you, Gorley. If it speaks by means of radio waves, it might not be altogether impossible that you can create some sort of television picture of its vibrations, or teach him the Morse code. Ah, said Cedo. I was right. The tentacles each develop into 7 strong fingers. Provided the nervous system is complicated enough, those fingers could, with training, operate any machine. Morton said, I think we'd better go in and have some lunch. Afterward, we've got to get busy. The material men can set up their machines and start gathering data on the planet's metal possibilities and so on. The others can do a little careful exploring. I'd like some notes on architecture and on the scientific development of this race, and particularly what happened to wreck the civilization. Unearthed civilization after civilization crumbled, but always a new one sprang up in its dust. Why didn't that happen here? Any questions? Oh, that's right. That word didn't mean that yet. I'm gonna read this, but it's not what you think, because this is from 1939. Yeah. What about Pussy? Look, he wants to come with us. Commander Morton frowned, an action that emphasized the deep space pallor of his face. I wish there was some way we could take it in with us, without forcibly capturing it. Kent, what do you think? I think we should first decide whether it's an it or a him, and call it one or the other. I'm in favor of him. As for taking him in with us, the little chemist shook his head decisively. Impossible. This atmosphere is 28% chlorine. Our oxygen would be pure dynamite in his lungs. The commander chuckled. He doesn't believe that, apparently. He watched the cat-like monster follow the first 2 men through the great door. The men kept an anxious distance from him, then glanced at Morton questioningly. Maros, you are distracting me. Morton waved his hand. Okay, open the second line and let him get a whiff of the oxygen. That'll cure him. A moment later, he cursed... Stop. He cursed his amusement. By heaven. He doesn't even notice the difference. That means he hasn't any lungs, or else the chlorine is not what his lungs use. Let him in. You bet he can go in. Smith, Here's a treasure house for a biologist. Harmless enough if we're careful. We can always handle him, but what a metabolism. Smith, a tall, thin, bony chap, with a long, mournful face, said in an oddly forceful voice, "In all our travels, we found only two higher forms of life, those dependent on chlorine, and those who need oxygen, the two elements that support combustion. I'm prepared to stake my reputation that no complicated organism could ever adapt itself to both gases in a natural way. At first thought, I should say here's an extremely advanced form of life. This race long ago discovered truths of biology we are just beginning to suspect. Morton, we mustn't let Meros. Stop. Morton, we mustn't let this creature get away, if we can help it." If his anxiety to get inside is any criterion, Commander Morton laughed, then our difficulty will be to get rid of him. Just be good to Kitty. Feed Kitty. Please feed Kitty. Feed Kitty and Kitty will be nice to you. Excuse me. Meros, I don't even know what you're playing with now. It's not the time. He moved into the lock with Coral and the two men. The automatic machinery hummed. In a few minutes, they were standing at the bottom of a series of elevators that led up to the living quarters. "Does that go up?" One of the men flicked a thumb in the direction of the monster. "Better send him up alone if he'll go in." Coral offered no objection until he heard the door slam behind him and the closed cage shot upward. He whirled with a savage snarl, his reason swirling into chaos. With one leap, he pounced at the door, the metal bent under his plunge. And the desperate pain maddened him. Now, she's flicking the door thing. You know the things behind the doors that keep it from hitting the wall? She's flicking it now. Now, he was all trapped animal. He smashed at the metal with his paws, bending it like so much tin. He tore great bars loose with his thick tentacles. The machinery screeched. There were horrible jerks as the limitless power pulled the cage along, in spite of the projecting pieces of the metal that scraped the outside walls. Then the cage stopped, and he snatched off the rest of the door and hurled it into the corridor. He waited there until Morton and the men came up with drawn weapons. "We're fools," Morton said. "We should have shown him how it works. He thought we double-crossed him." He motioned to the monster and saw the savage glow fade from the coal-black eyes as he opened the closed door, with elaborate gestures to show the operation. Coral ended the lesson by trotting into the large room to his right. He lay down on the rugged floor and fought down the electric tautness of his nerves and muscles. A very fury of rage against himself, for his fright consumed him. It seemed his burning brain that he had lost the advantage of appearing a mild and harmless creature. His strength must have startled and dismayed them. It meant greater danger in the task that he now knew he must accomplish, to kill everything in the ship and take the machine back to their world in search of unlimited id. With unwinking eyes, Coral lay and watched the two men clearing away the loose rubble from the metal doorway of the huge old building. His whole body ached with the hunger of his cells for it. The craving tore through his palpating muscles and throbbed like a living thing in his brain. His very nerve quivered to be off after the men who had wandered into the city. One of them, he knew, had gone alone. The dragging minutes fled, and still he restrained himself. Still he lay there watching, aware that the men knew he watched. They floated a metal machine from the ship to the rock mass that blocked the great half-open door, under the direction of a third man. No flicker of their fingers escaped his fierce stare, and slowly, as the simplicity of the machinery became apparent to him, contempt grew upon him. He knew what to expect finally. When the flame flared in the incandescent violence, they ate ravenously at the hard rock beneath. but in spite of his pre-knowledge, he deliberately jumped and snarled as if in fear, as that white heat burst forth. His ear tendrils caught the laughter of the men, their curious pleasure at his simulated dismay. The door was released, and Morton came over and went inside with the third man. The latter shook his head. Wait, it's a shambles? Well, okay, well, that's how he said it. It's a shambles. You can catch the drift of the stuff. Obviously, they used atomic energy, but it's in wheel form. That's a peculiar development. In our science, atomic energy brought in the non-wheel machine. It's possible that here they progressed farther to a new type of wheel machines, or wheel mechanics. I'm sorry, she's still... Now you're gonna sing? You are in rare form tonight, madam. I hope their libraries are better preserved than this, or we'll never know. What could have happened to a civilization to make it vanish like this? Third voice broke through the communicators. This is Cedo. I heard your question. Penance, I think his name is. Psychologically and sociologically speaking, the only reason why a territory becomes uninhabited is the lack of food. But they're so advanced scientifically. Why didn't they develop space flying and go elsewhere for their food? Ask Gunley or Gunley? Lester. Ask Lester. Interjected Morton. I heard him expounding some theory even before we landed. The astronomer answered the first call. I've still got to verify all my facts, but this desolate world is the only planet revolving around that miserable red sun. There's nothing else. No moon, not even a planetoid. And the nearest star system is 900 light years away. So tremendous would have been the problem of the ruling race of this world, that in one jump they would not only have to solve interplanetary but interstellar space traveling. When you consider how slow our own development was, first the moon, then Venus, and each success leading to the next, and after centuries to the nearest stars, and the last of all to the anti-accelerators that permitted galactic travel. Considering all this, I maintain it would be impossible for any race to create such machines without practical experience. With the nearest star so far away, they had no incentive for the space adventuring that makes for experience. Hello, Red Pyramid. Coral was trotting briskly over another group. But now, stop. Neros. But now, in the driving appetite that consumed him, and in the frenzy of his high scorn, he paid no attention to what they were doing. Memories of past knowledge jarred into activity by what he had seen, flowed into his consciousness in an ever-developing and more vivid stream. From group to group he sped, a nervous dynamo, jumpy, sick with his awful hunger. Well, why aren't they offering? Oh, they should feed him. I would give him food. I would give him food. He would be my Coral. We would be friends. And I would hope that he never tries to eat me in my sleep. You know, much like my actual cats. Anyway, a little car rolled up, stopping in front of him. And a formidable camera whirred as it took a picture of him. Over on a mound of rock, a gigantic telescope was rearing up toward the sky. Nearby, a disintegrating machine drilled its searing fire into an ever-deepening hole. Down and down, straight down. Coral's mind became a blur of things he watched with half attention. Ever more imminent grew the moment when he knew he could no longer carry on the torture of acting. His brain strained with irresistible impatience. His body burned with the fury of his eagerness to be off after the man who had gone alone into the city. He could stand it no longer. A green foam misted his mouth, maddening him. He saw that. For a bare moment, nobody was looking. Like a shot from a gun, he was off. He floated along in great gliding leaps. a shadow among the shadows of the rocks. In a minute, the harsh terrain hid the spaceship and the two-legged beings. Coral forgot the ship, forgot everything but his purpose. As if his brain had been wiped clear by a magic memory-erasing brush. He circled wildly and then raced into the city, along deserted streets, taking shortcuts with the ease of familiarity. Through gaping holes in time-weakened walls, through long corridors of moldering buildings. He slowed to a crouching lope. His ear tendrils caught the vibrations. Suddenly he stopped and peered from a scatter of fallen rock. The man was standing at what must have been a window, sending the glaring rays of his flashlight into the gloomy interior. The flashlight clicked off. The man, a heavy-set, powerful fellow, walked off with quick, alert steps. Coral didn't like that alertness. It presaged trouble. It meant lightning reaction to danger. Coral waited till the human being had... Now this piercing is too long. Alright. Waited until the human being had vanished through a corner. Then he padded into the open. He was running now, tremendously faster than a man could walk. Because his plan was clear in his brain. Like a wraith, he slipped down the next street, passed along the block of buildings, turned the first corner at top speed, and then, with dragging belly, crept into the hulled darkness between the building and a huge chunk of debris. The street ahead was barred by a solid line of loose rubble that made it like a valley, ending in a narrow bottle-like neck. The neck had its outlet just below the coral. I'm going to take a little bit of creative because I feel pain shooting into my back. I don't know how long this story actually is. Oh, we still have a lot to go. It's actually a long, short story. It's not seeing wrong. Get up. At least Maris is mostly calming down. Mostly. She says with hope in her heart. But not true belief. Kratom is so gross. It's useful, but it's gross. Maybe she fell asleep. It's weird that she's suddenly being quiet. I don't trust it. I don't trust that. His ear tendrils caught the low-frequency waves of whistling. The sound throbbed through his being, and suddenly terror caught with icy fingers at his brain. The man would have a gun. Suppose he leveled one burst of atomic energy, one burst, before his own muscles could whip out in murder fury. Murder fury. I like it. Murder fury. A little shower of rocks streamed past, and the man was beneath them. Coral reached out and struck a single crushing blow at the shimmering transparent headpiece of the spacesuit. There was a tearing sound of metal and a gushing of blood. The man doubled up, as if part of him had been telescoped. For a moment, his bones and legs and muscles combined miraculously to keep him standing. Then he crumbled with the metallic clink of his space armor. Fear completely evaporated. Coral leaped out of hiding with ravenous speed. He smashed the metal and the body within it to bits. Great chunks of metal, torn piecemeal from the suit, sprayed the ground. Bones cracked and flesh crunched I don't think flesh is supposed to crunch. I think that's all bone. Only bone crunches. If your flesh is crunching, something's wrong with you. But maybe these aren't actually... No, they were talking about Earth. They are humans. I was about to say, maybe they're just humanoid. But no, they're humans, because they came from Earth. It was simple to tune in on the vibrations of the id, and to create the violent chemical disorganization that freed it from the crushed bone. The id was, Coral discovered, mostly in the bone. He felt it revived, almost reborn. Here was more food than he had had in the whole past year. 3 minutes, and it was over. Coral was off, like a thing fleeing dire danger. Cautiously, he approached the glistening globe from the opposite side to that by which he had left. The men were all busy at their tasks, gliding noiselessly. Coral slipped unnoticed up to the group of men. Oh, there's an ad break in progress. Cool. Guess I'll wait a moment. Okay, we'll wait a moment. I'll wait. We'll just sit here and enjoy more peanut butter. I don't know. Somehow I think I got a cat hair on my eye, or like on my eyelash. I can feel it. I can feel it. Oh. Okay. I think I got it. Hopefully. Yay, there we go. Now we're back. Now I can read. Okay. Morton stared down at the horror of tattered flesh, metal and blood on the rock at his feet, felt a tightening in his throat that prevented speech. He heard Kent say, "He would go alone. Damn him." The little chemist's voice held a sob imprisoned. Morton remembered that Kent and Jarvie had chummed together for years, the way only two men can. Okay, this is from 1939, so there's probably going to be some sexist stuff in here. Forewarning. "The worst part of it is," shuddered one of the men, "looks like a senseless murder. His body is spread up like little lumps of flattened jelly, but it seems to be all there. I'd almost wager that if we weighed everything there, it'd still be 175 pounds by Earth gravity. That'd be about 170 pounds here." Smith broke in, his mournful face lined with gloom. "The killer attacked Jarvie, and then discovered his flesh was alien, uneatable, just like our big cat. It wouldn't eat anything we set before him." His words died out in sudden queer silence. Then he said slowly, "Say, what about that creature? He's big enough and strong enough to have done this with his own little paws." "You mean big paws?" Morton frowned. It's a thought. After all, he's the only living thing we've seen. We can't just execute him on suspicion, of course. "Besides," said one of the men, "he was never out of my sight." Before Morton could speak, Siddell, the psychologist, snapped, "Positive about that?" The man hesitated. "Well, maybe he was for a few minutes. He was wandering around so much, looking at everything." "Exactly," said Siddell with satisfaction. He turned to Morton. "You see, Commander, I too had the impression that he was always around, and yet, thinking back over it, I find gaps. There were moments, probably long minutes, when he was completely out of sight." Morton's face was dark with thought. As Kent broke in fiercely, "I say take no chances. Kill the brute on suspicion before he does any more damage." Morton said slowly, "Corita, you've been wandering around with the Crenessy, and Van Horn. Do you think... Please stop. Do you think Pussy is a descendant of the ruling class of this planet? Just... please stop calling it that. If only you knew. If only you knew what would happen in the future with language. The tall Japanese archaeologist, stared at the sky as if collecting his mind. Commander Morton, he said finally, and respectfully. There's a mystery here. Take a look, all of you, at the majestic skyline. Notice the almost Gothic outline of the architecture. In spite of the megalopolis that they created, these people were close to the soil. The buildings are not simply ornamented. They are ornamental in themselves. Here is the equivalent of a Doric column, the Egyptian pyramid, the Gothic cathedral, growing out of the ground, earnest, big with destiny. If this lonely, desolate world can be regarded as a Mother Earth, then the land had a warm, spiritual place in the hearts of the race. The effect is emphasized by the winding streets. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm struggling tonight. Their machines prove they were mathematicians, but they were artists first. So they did not create the geometrically designed cities of the ultra-sophisticated world metropolis. There is a genuine artistic abandon, a deep, joyous emotion written in the curving and unmathematical arrangements of the houses, buildings, and avenues, a sense of intensity, of divine belief in the inner certainty. This is not a decadent, hoary with age civilization, but a young and vigorous culture, confident, strong with purpose. There it ended, abruptly, as if at this point culture had its battle of tours, began to collapse like the ancient Mohammedan civilization. Or as if one leap it spanned the centuries and entered the period of the contending states. The Chinese civilization that period occupied, 480 to 230 BC, the end of which the state of Qin saw the beginning of the Chinese Empire. This phase Egypt experienced between 1780 and 1580 BC, of which the last century was the Hyksos? I don't know. Unmentionable time. The classical experienced it from the Chironia, 338, and the pitch of horror from the Greci? Might be Greci. 133 to the Actium. Please just move on with your thought. 31 BC. The West European Americans were devastated by it in the 19th and 20th centuries, and modern historians agree that, nominally, we entered the same phase 50 years ago, though, of course, we have solved the problem. You may ask, Commander, what has all this to do with your question? My answer is, there is no record of a culture entering abruptly into the period of contending states. It is always a slow development. The first step is a merciless questioning of all that was once held sacred. Inner certainties cease to exist, are dissolved before the ruthless probings of scientific and analytic minds. The skeptic becomes the highest type of being. I say that this culture ended abruptly in its most flourishing age. The sociological effects of such catastrophe would be a sudden vanishing of morals, a reversion to almost bestial criminality, unleavened by any sense of ideal, a callous indifference to death. If this cat, I'm saying cat from now on. If this cat is a descendant of such a race, then he will be a cunning creature, a thief in the night, a cold-blooded murderer, who would cut his own brother's throat for gain. That's enough. It was Kent's clipped voice. Commander, I'm willing to act the role of executioner. Smith interrupted sharply. Listen, Morton. You're not going to kill that cat yet, even if he is guilty. He's a biological treasure house. Kent and Smith were glaring angrily at each other. Morton frowned at them thoughtfully, and then said, Karita, I'm inclined to accept your theory as a working basis, but one question. The cat comes from a period earlier than our own. That is, we are entering the highly civilized era of our culture, while he became suddenly historyless in the most vigorous period of his. But it is possible that his culture is a later one on this planet than ours is in the galactic-wide system we have civilized? Exactly. His may be the middle of the 10th civilization of his world, while ours is the end of the 8th sprung from Earth. Each of the 10, of course, having been built on the ruins of the one before it. In that case, the cat would not know anything about the skepticism that made it possible for us to find him out so positively as a criminal and a murderer. No. It would be literally magic to him. Morton was smiling grimly. Then I think you'll get your wish, Smith. We'll let the cat live. What's the most common word in this story? Not the one I was expecting. Was not expecting to read that this much in this story. We'll let the cat live. And if there are any fatalities, now that we know him, it will be due to rank carelessness. There's just the chance, of course, that we're wrong. That, of course, we are wrong. Like Cyril, I also have the impression that he was always around, but now we can't leave poor Jarvie here like this. We'll put him in a coffin and bury him. No, we won't, Kent barked. He flushed. I beg your pardon, Commander. I didn't mean it that way. I maintain the cat wanted something from that body. It looks to be all there, but something must be missing. I'm going to find out what, and pin this murder on him, so that you'll have to believe it beyond the shadow of a doubt. It was late night when Morton looked up from book and saw Kent emerge through the door led from the laboratories below. Kent carried a large, flat bowl in his hands. His tired eyes flashed across at Morton, and he said in a weary yet harsh voice, Now watch. He started towards the coral, who lay sprawled on the great rug, pretending to be asleep. Morton stopped him. Wait a minute, Kent. Any other time I wouldn't question your actions. You look ill. You're overwrought. What have you got there? Kent turned. Morton saw that his first impression had been but a flashing glimpse of the truth. There were dark pouches under the little chemist's gray eyes, eyes that gazed feverishly from sunken cheeks in an ecstatic face. Hydrate? Okay, Greedon. How are you doing, Greedon? Hopefully my stylus doesn't fall. And for a short story, this is a lot longer than I expected. You're doing well? Well, good. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm doing okay. I'm sore after a long weekend at a convention and acupuncture today. But I'm doing okay. Not bad, not bad. We're reading a classic, technically a sci-fi classic, but still, it involves some horror aspects. It is The Black Destroyer, a story about an alien cat with tendrils. Lots of tendrils. And it's already murdered somebody. One person down. Let's see. I found the missing element, Kent said. It's phosphorus. There wasn't so much as a square millimeter of phosphorus left in Jarvie's bones. Every bit of it had been drained out. By what superchemistry, I don't know. Aw, Greedon, thank you. Alien cat treats. Miros, you should be a coral for Halloween. I can make her some tendrils. Yes. Miros, you're gonna be a coral. I should make myself some tendrils too. We can both be corals. Fuck yeah. I actually have a black cat mask. Well, it's like a mixture of a skull and a cat mask. So this mask. I can be a coral. Death coral. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. We're both gonna be corals for Halloween. Hell yeah. Alright. So that's what the it is. It's just phosphorus. That'll be fun. She's gonna hate every second of it, but it'll be fun for me. Let's see. There are ways of getting phosphorus out of the human body. For instance, a quick way was what happened to the workman who helped build this ship. Remember he fell into 15 tons of molten metallite? At least, so his relatives claimed, but the company wouldn't pay compensation until the metallite on analysis was found to contain a high percentage of phosphorus. What about the bowl of food? Somebody interrupted. Men were putting away magazines and books and looking up with interest. It's got organic phosphorus in it. He'll get the scent, or whatever it is that he uses instead of scent. I think he gets the vibrations of things, Gourlay interjected lazily. Sometimes when he wiggles those tendrils, I get a distinct static on the radio. Then again, there's no reaction, just as if he's moved higher or lower on the wave scale. He seems to control the vibrations at will. Kent waited with obvious impatience until Gourlay's last word, and then abruptly went on. All right, then, when he gets the vibration of the phosphorus and reacts to it like an animal, then, well, we can decide what we've proved by his reaction. Can I go ahead, Morton? There are 3 things wrong with your plan, Morton said. In the first place, you seem to assume that he is only animal. You seem to have forgotten that he may not be hungry after Jarvie. You seem to think that he will not be suspicious. But set the bowl down. His reaction may tell us something. Coral stared with unblinking black eyes as the man set the bowl before him. His ear tendrils instantly caught the vibrations from the contents of the bowl, and he gave it not even a second glance. He recognized this 2-legged being as the one who had held the weapon that morning. Danger! With a snarl, he floated to his feet. He caught the bowl with the finger-like appendages at the end of one looping tentacle and emptied its contents into the face of Kent, who shrank back with a yell. Explosively, Coral flung the bowl aside and snapped a Hauser-thick tentacle. Hauser? Okay, around the cursing man's waist. He didn't bother with the gun that hung from Kent's belt. It was only a vibration gun, he sensed, atomic-powered, but not an atomic disintegrator. He tossed the kicking Kent onto the nearest couch and realized, with a hiss of dismay, that he should have disarmed the man. Not that the gun was dangerous, but as the man furiously wiped the gruel from his face with one hand, he reached with the other for his weapon. Coral crouched back as the gun was raised slowly, and a white beam of flame was discharged at his massive head. His ear tendrils hummed as they canceled the efforts of the vibration gun. His round, blackened eyes narrowed as he caught the movement of the men reaching for their metal-like guns. Morton's voice lashed across the silence. Stop. Okay, so there is actually a picture here. I don't know if it'll actually kind of show, but yeah. That's the battle scene. That's the Coral being like, bitch, you eat it. You eat this gruel. It's not for me. You eat it. I want that shit fresh. The coral growled angrily, casually, and dashed the contents of the bowl in the man's face. That's the caption for the image. That's the text at the bottom. Well, he was just sharing his meal. It's like, I'm not hungry, you eat it. Kent clicked off his weapon, and Coral crouched down, quivering with fury at this man who had forced him to reveal something of his power. Kent, said Morton coldly, not loudly. You're not the type to lose your head. You deliberately tried to kill the cat. Yes, seriously, they use that dated word that much in the story. It was a different time. It was a different time. Knowing that the majority of us are in favor of keeping him alive. You know what our rule is. If anyone objects to my decisions, he must say so at the time. If the majority objects, my decisions are overruled. In this case, no one but you objected, and therefore your action in taking the law into your own hands is most reprehensible and automatically debars you from voting for a year. Kent stared grimly at the circle of faces. Corita was right when he said ours was a highly civilized age. It's decadent. Passion flamed harshly in his voice. My God, isn't there a man here who can see the horror of the situation? Jarvie dead only a few hours, and this creature whom we all know to be guilty lying there unchained, planning his next murder? The victim is right here in this room. What kind of men are we? Fools? Cynics? Ghouls? Or is it just that our civilization is so steeped in reason that we can contemplate a murderer sympathetically? He fixed brooding eyes on Coral. You were right, Morton. That's no animal. That's a devil from the deepest hell of this forgotten planet, whirling its solitary way around a dying sun. Don't go melodramatic on us, Morton said. Your analysis is all wrong. So far as I'm concerned, we're not ghouls or cynics. We're simply scientists. And the cat here is going to be studied. Now that we suspect him, we doubt his ability to trap any of us. 1 against 100 hasn't a chance. He glanced around. Do I speak for all of us? Not for me, Commander. It was Smith who spoke, and as Morton stared in amazement, he continued. In the excitement and momentary confusion, no one seems to have noticed that when Kent fired his vibration gun, the beam hit this creature squarely on his cat head, and it didn't hurt him. Morton's amazed glance went from Smith to Coral, and back to Smith again. Are you certain it hit him? As you say, it all happened so swiftly. When the cat wasn't hurt, I simply assumed that Kent had missed him. He hit him in the face, Smith said positively. A vibration gun, of course, can't even kill a man right away, but it can injure him. There's no sign of injury on the cat. Seriously, that is the most common word in the story. College boys would love it. Anyway, though not even a singed hair. Perhaps the skin is a good insulation against heat of any kind. Have a man of 1,000 aliases? Perhaps. But in view of our uncertainty, I think we should lock him up in the cage. While Morton frowned darkly in thought, Kent spoke up. Now you're talking sense, Smith. Morton asked. Then you would be satisfied, Kent? If we put him in the cage? Kent considered finally. Yes. If 4 inches of microsteel can't hold him, we'd better give him the ship. Coral followed the men as they went out into the corridor. He trotted docilely along as Morton unmistakably motioned him through the door he had not hitherto seen. He found himself in a square, solid metal room. The door clanged metallically behind him. He felt the flow of power as the electric lock clicked home. His lips parted in a grimace of hate as he realized the trap, but he gave no other outward reaction. It occurred to him that he had progressed a long way from the sunk into primitiveness creature who, a few hours before, had gone incoherent with fear as in an elevator cage. Now 1,000 memories of his powers were reawakened in his brain. 10,000 cunnings were, after ages of disuse, once again part of his very being. They shouldn't be. Let's see. Carlos? Hello, Carlos. It shouldn't be disabled. Hold on. Can I do a pop-out chat? Hey, I can do a pop-out chat. So it just might not be showing up. But there's nobody in that chat, so. You tried, the prompt was closed? That's weird. That's weird. That's really weird. I don't know why. But you gotta be quiet about that. How are you doing tonight? We're reading The Black Destroyer, a 1939 sci-fi story about the coral. 2 viewers on YouTube? Cool, cool. Don't be too well, I have to hold on, sorry. That's not out of malice, that's because I can't talk about the different realms. Outside of saying that they're the different realms. But hey, thank you to the people that decided to join us tonight. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, the purple realm gets very touchy. Very, very touchy. So, we just color code the realms. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I haven't done anything with that in a while, so. Because Streamlabs has been messing up a lot. Like a lot. So. Color coat? No, it's color code, Donnie. Color code. It's a code, not a coat. Let's see. Red Sox guy? Well, thank you for the follow, Red Sox guy. Feel free to say hello. We're all friendly here. We're just reading some of the 1939 Black Destroyer. Because it's cats. Space cats. With tendrils. There you are. How are you tonight? I'm also going to get a sip of water. Gotta say, this story abuses a word that is now considered slang. That's good. I'm glad you're doing well. Okay. Where was I in the story? Right. Cat is caught in a trap. But now that he has eaten, he has the brain food. Now he's smart again. He sat quite still for a moment on the short, heavy haunches into which his body tapered, his ear tendrils examining his surroundings. Finally, he lay down, his eyes glowing with contemptuous fire. The fools. The poor fools. It was about an hour later when he heard the man Smith fumbling overhead. Vibrations poured upon him. For just an instant, he was startled. He leaped to his feet in pure terror, and then realized that the vibrations were vibrations, not atomic explosions. Somebody was taking pictures of the inside of his body. He crouched down again, but his ear tendrils vibrated, and he thought contemptuously, the silly fool would be surprised when he tried to develop those pictures. What's going to happen when he tries to develop those pictures? Such an interesting creature. For people that are fans of Final Fantasy, this is the story where the big cat enemies came from. After a while, the man went away. For For a long time, there were noises of men doing things far away. That, too, died slowly. Coral lay waiting as he felt the silence creep over the ship. But long ago, before the dawn of immortality, the corals, too, had slept at night. The memory of it had been revived the day before when he saw some of the men dozing. At last, the vibration of 2 pairs of feet, pacing endlessly, was the only human-made frequency that throbbed on his ear tendrils. Tensely, he listened to the 2 watchmen. The first one walked slowly past the cage door. Then about 30 feet behind him came the second. Coral sensed the alertness of these men, knew that he could never surprise either while they walked separately. It meant he must be doubly careful. 15 minutes, and they came again. The moment they were past, he switched his senses from their vibrations to a vastly higher range. The pulsating violence of the atomic engines stammered its soft story to his brain. The electric dynamos hummed their muffled song of pure power. He felt the whisper of that flow through the wires in the walls of his cage. And through the electric lock of his door, he forced his quivering body into straining immobility, his senses seeking, searching, to tune in on the sibilant tempest of energy. Sibilant. Suddenly, his ear tendrils vibrated in harmony. He caught that. What the fuck? Sorry, just decided to zoom out. I hate that. I hate that so much. Just stay zoomed in. Don't zoom out. Where was I? It's gonna be like a constant issue with this thing. Suddenly, his ear tendrils vibrated in harmony. He caught the surging change into shrillness of that rippling force wave. There was a sharp click of metal on metal. With a gentle touch of one tentacle, Coral pushed open the door and glided out into the dully gleaming corridor. For just a moment he felt contempt, a glow of superiority, as he thought of the stupid creatures who dared to match their wit against Coral. And in that moment he suddenly thought of the other corals. A queer, exultant sense of race pounded through his being. The driving hate of centuries of ruthless competition yielded reluctantly for the pride of the kinship with the future rulers of all space. Suddenly he felt weighed down by his limitations, his need for other corals, his aloneness. 1 against 100, the stake of all eternity. The starry universe itself beckoned his rapacious, vaulting ambition. If he failed, there would never be a second chance. No time to revive long-rotted machinery and attempt to solve the secret of space travel. He padded along on tense paws through the salon into the next corridor and came to the first bedroom door. It stood half open. One swift flow of synchronized muscles, one swiftly lashing tentacle, caught the unresisting throat of the sleeping man, crushing it. The lifeless head rolled crazily. The body twitched once. 7 bedrooms, 7 dead men. It was the 7th taste of murder that brought a sudden return of lust, a pure, unbounded desire to kill, return of a millennium-old habit of destroying everything containing the precious id. As the 12th man slipped convulsively into death, Coral emerged abruptly from the sensuous joy of the kill to the sound of footsteps. They were not near. That was what brought wave after wave of fright swirling into the chaos that suddenly became his brain. The watchmen were coming slowly along the corridor toward the door of the cage he had been imprisoned. In a moment, the first man would see the open door and sound the alarm. Coral caught vanishing remnants of his reason. With frantic speed and careless now of accidental sounds, he raced along the corridor with its bedroom doors through the salon. He emerged into the next corridor, cringing in awful anticipation of the atomic flame he expected would stab into his face. What? the MASH? No. I was at Monster Mania, but no Monster Mash. You don't see the latest message? We don't discuss that here. We don't discuss red here. Don't discuss red here. Nope. I just explained that. I'm guessing no comments are going to show up over there. I'm sorry, Red. We say red and green. They're color-coded. Red and green. Now, where was I? The two men were together, standing side by side. For one single instant, Coral could scarcely believe his tremendous good luck. Like a fool, the second had come running when he saw the other stop before the open door. They looked up, paralyzed before the nightmare of claws and tentacles, the ferocious cat head and hate-filled eyes. The first man went for his gun, but the second, physically frozen before the doom he saw, uttered a shriek, a shrill cry of horror that floated along the corridors and ended in a curious gurgle as the Coral flung the two corpses, with the one irresistible motion, the full length of the corridor. He didn't want the dead bodies found near the cage. That was his one hope. Shaking in every nerve and muscle, conscious of the terrible error he had made, unable to think coherently, he plunged into the cage. The door clicked softly shut behind him. Power flowed once more through the electric lock. He crouched tensely, simulated in sleep, as he heard the rush of many feet, caught the vibration of the excited voices. He knew when somebody actuated the cage and audioscope and looked in a few moments now, the other bodies would be discovered. Sidel! Gone! That's the whole sentence, Morton said numbly. Yeah, you were saying it wrong. It's not a color coat. We're not painting something, it's a code. Well, think about it. Think about what the two terms mean. A code, something that represents something. A coat is something that's just covering something. Are we putting literal coats of color on the things we're describing? No. It's a code. So if you think about it that way, it makes it make a lot more sense. Because there's representation there. Yes, color code. And just to be clear, I'm not calling you dumb or anything. I'm just explaining it in a way to make it make full sense as to why it is what it is. I'm not a teacher, but I'm decent at teaching. What are we going to do without Sidel? And Breckenridge? And Coulter? And horrible! Wait. Is he saying that the situation is horrible or that somebody's name is horrible? Is Dr. Horrible on the ship? That's another movie night thing that needs to happen. Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. I don't know where to get it, though. Does anybody know where you can get Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog? It used to be on Netflix, but it's not there anymore. I don't know where to find it. Did they put it back on YouTube? I don't know. I don't know where to find it. But I want it. I want to be able to watch it. I haven't watched it in so many years. I miss it. I'm going to look for it tonight. Anyway. He covered his face with his hands, but only for an instant. He looked up grimly, his heavy chin outthrust as he stared into the stern faces that surrounded him. If anybody's got so much as a germ of an idea, bring it out. Space madness! I've thought of that, but there hasn't been a case of a man going mad for 50 years. Dr. Egbert... Eggman? Oh, I wonder! I wonder! I don't think it is that, but it would be awesome if that was the case. Fucking Robotnik came from a story about cats. Professor Terrible. There is no Professor Terrible. It's Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. Do you not know about that? There's no Professor Terrible. It's not a thing. Not a thing. Dr. Egbert will test everybody, of course. And right now he's looking at the bodies with that possibility in mind. As he finished, he saw the doctor coming through the door. Men crowded aside to make way for him. I heard you, Commander, Dr. Egbert said. And I think I can say right now that the space madness theory is out. The throats of these men have been squeezed to a jelly. No human being could have exerted such enormous strength without using a machine. Morton saw the doctor's eyes, kept looking down the corridor, and he shook his head and groaned. It's no use suspecting the cat. Don't suspect Kitty, Doctor. He's in his cage, pacing up and down. Obviously heard the racket and... Man alive! You can't suspect him. The cage was built to hold literally anything. 4 inches of microsteel, and there's not a scratch on the door. Can't even you won't say, kill him on suspicion, because there can't be any suspicion. Unless there's a new science here beyond anything we can imagine. On the contrary, said Smith flatly. We have all the evidence we need. I used the teleflare on him. You know, the arrangement we have on top of the cage. And tried to take some pictures. They just blurred. Kitty, or the cat, jumped when the teleflare was turned on, as if he felt the vibrations. Y'all know what Gorley said before? This beast can apparently receive and send vibrations of any lengths. The way he dominated the power of Kent's gun is final proof of his special ability to interfere with energy. What in the name of all the hells have we got here? One of the men groaned. Why, if he can control that power and send it out in any vibrations, there's nothing to stop him from killing us all. Which proves, snapped Morton, that he isn't invincible, or he would have done it long ago. Very deliberately, he walked over to the mechanism that controlled the prison cage. You're not going to open the door, Kent gasped, reaching for his gun. No, but if I pull this switch, electricity will flow through the door and electrocute whoever's inside. We've never had to use this before, so you had probably forgotten about it. He jerked the switch hard over. Blue fire flashed from the metal, and a bank of fuses above his head exploded with a single bang. Morton frowned. That's funny. Those fuses shouldn't have blown. Well, we can't even look in now. That wrecked the audios, too. Smith said, if he could interfere with the electric lock enough to open the door, then he probably probed every possible danger that was ready to interfere when you threw that switch. At least it proves he's vulnerable to our energies, Morton smiled grimly, because he rendered them harmless. The important thing is, we've got him behind 4 inches of the toughest metal. At the worst, we can open the door and ray him to death. But first, I think we'll try to use the teleflare power cable. Stop it. Bad. My collarbone's itchy. If you haven't seen Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog, You need to see it. I wouldn't do it for movie night this weekend, but this is supposed to be Spoopy Month. Actually, we haven't even done a movie night for Spoopy Month yet. We haven't even done it. And we'll really only have room for one. As far as I know. Spoopy Month got busy. The commotion from inside the cage interrupted his words. A heavy body crashed against a wall, followed by a dull thump. I bet I could find it on YouTube. Remember My Little Pony and how difficult that shit was to find? I found it on YouTube. I'll find Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog if I have to. I mean, I'd be fine with getting it on Amazon, but I don't know. It's unreliable sometimes. They made Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog so fucking hard to get. He knows what we're trying to do, Smith grunted to Morton. Then I'll bet it's a very sick cat. Cat. How many times did this book use this word? I'm gonna have to do a tally. How many times has the Black Destroyer used the word pussy? Every time I pause and say the cat or kitty, it's definitely the word pussy. They use it a lot. And that's because back then, it wasn't slang for what it is now. This was a different time. This was 1939. But just use the word cat. Just say cat. It's a cat. All right. Anyway. Very sick cat in there. What a fool he was to go back into the cage. Does he realize it? The tension was relaxing. Men were smiling nervously. There was even a ripple of humorless laughter at the picture Smith drew of the monster's discomfiture. What I'd like to know, said Penance, the engineer, is why did the teleflar meter dial jump and waver at full power when Kitty made that noise? It's right under my nose here, and the dial jumped like a house afire. There was silence, both without and within the cage. Then Morton said, It may mean he's coming out. Back, everybody. Keep your guns ready. Kitty, the cat, was a fool to think he could conquer 100 men. But he's by far the most formidable creature in the galactic system. He may come out of that door, rather than die like a rat in a trap. He's just tough enough to take some of us with him, if we're not careful. The men backed slowly in a solid body, and somebody said, That's funny, I thought I heard the elevator. Elevator? Morton echoed. Are you sure, man? Just for a moment I was. The man, a member of the crew, hesitated. We were all shuffling our feet. Take somebody with you and go look. Bring whoever dared to run off back here. There was a jar, a horrible jerk, as the whole gigantic body of the ship careened under them. Morton was flung to the floor with a violence that stunned him. He fought back to the consciousness, aware of the other men lying all around him. He shouted, Who the devil started those engines? The agonizing acceleration continued. His feet dragged with awful exertion as he fumbled with the nearest audioscope and punched the engine room number. The picture that flooded onto the screen, brought a deep bellow to his lips. It's Kitty. It's the kitty. It's the cat. It's... Please stop using that word. Just say cat. He's in the engine room, and we're heading straight out into outer space. The screen went black, even as he spoke, and he could see no more. Seriously, what's the tally on this so far? God damn it. It was Morton who first staggered across the salon floor to the supply room where the spacesuits were kept. After fumbling almost blindly into his own suit, he cut the effects of the body torturing acceleration and brought suits to the semi-conscious men on the floor. In a few moments, other men were assisting him, and then it was only a matter of minutes before everybody was clad in metallite, with anti-acceleration motors running at half power. It was Morton, then, who, after first looking into the cage, opened the door and stood silent as the others crowded about him, to stare at the gaping hole in the rear wall. The hole was a frightful thing of jagged edges and horribly bent metal. It was open upon another corridor. "I'll swear," whispered Penance, "that it's impossible. The 10-ton hammer in the machine shops couldn't more than dent 4 inches of micro, with one below. And we only heard one. It would take at least a minute for an atomic disintegrator to do the job. Morton, this is a super being." Morton saw the smith was examining the break in the wall. The biologist looked up. If only Breckenridge weren't dead. We need a metallurgist to explain this. Look! He touched the broken edge of the metal. A piece crumbled in his finger and slithered away in a fine shower of dust to the floor. Morton noticed the first time that there was a little pile of metallic debris and dust. "You've hit it." Morton nodded. "No miracle of strength here. The monster merely used his special powers to interfere with the electronic tensions holding the metal together. That would account, too, for the drain on the telefloor power cable and that Penance noticed. The thing used to power with his body is the transforming medium. Smashed through the wall, ran down the corridor to the elevator shaft, and so down to the engine room. In the meantime, Commander," Kent said quietly, "we are faced with a super being in control of the ship, completely dominating the engine room, and its almost unlimited power, and in possession of the best part of the machine shops." Morton felt the silence, while the men pondered the chemist's words. Their anxiety was a tangible thing that lay heavily upon their faces. In every expression was the growing realization that there was the ultimate situation in their lives. Their very existence was at stake, and perhaps much more. Morton voiced the thought in everybody's mind. Suppose he wins. He's utterly ruthless, and he probably sees galactic power within his grasp. "Kent is wrong," barked the chief navigator. "The thing doesn't dominate the engine room. We've still got control. We've still got the control room, and that gives us first control of all machines. You fellows may not know the mechanical setup we have, but though he can eventually disconnect us, we can cut off all the switches in the engine room now. Commander, why didn't you just shut off the power instead of putting us into spacesuits? At the very least, you could have adjusted the ship to the acceleration." "For 2 reasons," Morton answered. "Individually, we're safer within the force fields of our spacesuits, and we can't afford to give up our advantages in panicky moves." "Advantages? What other advantages have we got?" "We know things about him," Morton replied, "and right now we're going to make a test. Penance, detail 5 men to each of the 4 approaches to the engine room. Take atomic disintegrators to blast through the big doors. They're all shut, I noticed. He's locked himself in. Zelensky, you go up to the control room and shut off everything except the drive engines. Gear them to the master switch and shut them off all at once. One thing, though. Leave the acceleration on full blast. No anti-acceleration must be applied to the ship. Understand?" "Aye, sir," the pilot saluted. "And report to me through the communicators if any of the machines start to run again." Face the men. "I'm going to lead the main approach. Kent, you take number 2. Smith, number 3. Penance, number 4. We're going to find out right now if we're dealing with unlimited science, or a creature limited like the rest of us. I'll bet it's the last possibility." Morton had an empty sense of what... Why? Why are you shaking? Okay. Morton had an empty sense of walking endlessly as he moved. A giant of a man in his transparent space armor. Along the glistening metal tube that was the main corridor of the engine room floor. Reason told him that the creature had already shown feet of clay. Wait, shown feet of clay. Not familiar with that term, but okay. Yet the feeling that here was an invincible being persisted. He's spoken to the communicator. It's no use trying to sneak up on him. You can probably hear a pin drop. So just wheel up your units. He hasn't been in that engine room long enough to do anything. As I've said, this is largely a test attack. In the first place. We could never forgive ourselves if we didn't try to conquer him now, before he's had time to prepare against us. But aside from the possibility that we can destroy him immediately, I have a theory. The idea goes something like this. Those doors are built to withstand accidental atomic explosions. It will take 15 minutes for the atomic disintegrators to smash them. During that period, the monster will have no power. True, the drive will be on, but that's straight atomic explosion. My theory is, he can't touch stuff like that. And in a few minutes, you'll see what I mean. I hope. His voice was suddenly crisp. Ready, Zelensky? Aye, I'm ready. Then cut the master switch. The corridor, the whole ship, Morton knew, was abruptly plunged into darkness. Morton clicked on the dazzling light of his spacesuit. The other men did the same, their faces pale and drawn. Blast! Morton barked into his communicator. The mobile units throbbed, and then pure atomic flame ravened, out, and poured upon the hard metal of the door. The first molten droplet rolled reluctantly, not down, but up the door. The second was more normal. It followed a shaky downward course. The third rolled sideways, but this was pure force, not subject to gravitation. Other drops followed until a dozen streams trickled sedately, yet unevenly in every direction. Streams of hellish, sparkling fire, bright as fiery gems, alive with the fury of atoms suddenly tortured and running blindly, crazy with pain. The minutes ate at time like a slow acid. At last, Morton asked huskily, Zelensky? Nothing yet, Commander. Morton half whispered, but he must be doing something. He can't be just waiting in there like a cornered rat. Zelensky? Nothing, Commander. 7 minutes. 8 minutes. And then 12. Commander? It was Zelensky's voice, taut. He's got the electric dynamo running. Morton drew a deep breath and heard one of his men say, That's funny. We can't get any deeper. Boss, take a look at this. Morton looked. Little, scintillating streams had frozen rigid. The ferocity of the disintegrators vented in vain against the metal grown suddenly invulnerable. Morton sighed. Our test is over. Leave 2 men guarding every corridor. The others come up to the control room. He seated himself a few minutes later before the massive control keyboard. So far as I'm concerned, the test was a success. We know a lot of all the machines in the engine room. Most important to the monster was the electric dynamo. He must have worked in a frenzy of terror while we were at the doors. Of course, it's easy to see what he did, Pennant said. Once he had the power, he increased the electronic tensions of the door to their ultimate. The main thing is this, Smith chimed in. He works with vibrations only so far as his special powers are concerned. The energy must come from outside himself, atomic energy, in its pure form, not being vibration. He can't handle any differently than we can. Sorry, my ring keeps tickling my nose. I changed from the black one I normally wear. I don't know why, but I guess they're different sizes. Kent said glumly, "The main point in my opinion is that he stopped us cold. What's the good of knowing that his control over vibrations did it? If we can't break through those doors with our atomic disintegrators, we're finished." Morton shook his head. "Not finished. But we'll have to do some planning. First, though, I'll start these engines. It'll be harder for him to get control of them when they're running." He pulled the master switch back into place with a jerk. There was a hum, as scores of machines leaped into violent life in the engine room, 100 feet below. The noises sank to a steady vibration of throbbing power. 3 hours later, Morton paced up and down before the men gathered in the salon. Oh, there's an ad break in progress. Well, then I guess I'll just wait. Fine. I don't think we're going to get through this whole story tonight. This story's long. Story's long, and I didn't start reading until, what, 2 hours in? It took a bit. It took a bit to start reading, because convention fun times and naming plushies. I'm planning out our next read after this one. This short story is more like a Goosebumps book worth of content. Possibly more. Yeah. This short story is longer than a Goosebumps book. Yes. What percentage? I don't fucking know. Nutella? No, but I do like Nutella. I do like Nutella. This is just peanut butter mixed with strawberry jam. I just didn't feel like making a sandwich, so I stirred it into a little bowl. And I eat it just like this. I also share it with my cat because she loves it. Well, I don't toast the bread even if I do make a sandwich. No toast. Oh, here we go. We're back. Hello. Welcome back. I waited for you. Don't worry. I waited. I waited. I had myself some peanut butter and jam as I waited for you. All right. I'm just going to read from the top here. 3 hours later, Morton paced up and down before the men gathered in the salon. His dark hair was uncombed. The space pallor of his strong face emphasized rather than detracted from the outthrust aggressiveness of his jaw. When he spoke, his deep voice was crisp to the point of sharpness. Yeah, I'm ready for this jewelry to be changed. I know he's going to say it's too soon if I go in to get it changed, but I'm already feeling it. That was very sudden. You can see it too. Huh. I might be able to at least change this ball. I would rather this be on top here and this little piece be here because it wouldn't stick out as much. I would much prefer that. I don't know why he keeps putting it on this way. I know it's technically the right way, but it's annoying. All right, Dine, you take care. Flip it. That's what I'm going to try to do. He made it super tight, though. I kind of wish he didn't do that. Because I'm going to have to use pliers to probably take this thing off. I can do it. It's just annoying. And it's going to swell up again. Yay. So I'm not rushing to do it. Anyway. To make sure that our plans are fully coordinated, I'm going to ask each expert in turn to outline his part in the overpowering of this creature. Penance first. Penance stood up briskly. He was not a big man, Morton thought, yet he looked big, perhaps because of his air of authority. This man knew engines, and the history of engines. Morton had heard him trace a machine through its evolution from a simple toy to the highly complicated modern instrument. He had studied machine development on 100 planets, There was literally nothing fundamental that he didn't know about machines. It was almost weird to hear Penance, who could have spoken for 1,000 hours and still only have touched upon his subject, say with absurd brevity. We've set up a relay in the control room to start and stop every engine rhythmically. The trip lever will work 100 times a second, and the effect will be to create vibrations of every description. There's just a possibility that one or more of the machines will burst. The principle of soldiers crossing a bridge in step, you've heard that old story, no doubt. But in my opinion, there is no real danger of a break of that tough metal. The main purpose is simply to interfere with the interference of the creature and smash through the doors. Gourlay next, barked Morton. Gourlay climbed lazily to his feet. He looked sleepy, as if he was somewhat bored by the whole proceedings. Yet Morton knew he loved people to think of him as lazy. A good-for-nothing slouch who spent his days in slumber and his nights in catching 40 winks. His title was Chief Communications Engineer, but his knowledge extended to every vibration field. And he was probably, with the possible exception of Kent, the fastest thinker on the ship. His voice drawled out, and Morton noted the very deliberate assurance of it had a soothing effect on the men. Anxious faces relaxed, and bodies leaned back more restfully. "Hello, Claire." "Once inside," Gourlay said, "we've rigged up vibration screens of pure force that should stop nearly everything he's got on the ball. They work on the principle of reflection so that everything he sends will be reflected back to him. In addition, we've got plenty of spare electric energy that will just feed him from mobile copper cups. There must be a limit to his capacity for handling power with those insulated nerves of his." "Zelensky," called Morton. The chief pilot was already standing, as if he had anticipated Morton's call. And that, Morton reflected, was the man. His nerves had that rock-like steadiness, which is the first requirement of the master controller of the great ship's movements. Yet that very steadiness seemed to rest on dynamite, ready to explode at its owner's volition. He was not a man of great learning, but he reacted to stimuli so fast that he always seemed to be anticipating. "The impression I've received of the plan is that it must be cumulative. Just when the creature thinks he can't stand any more, another thing happens to add to his trouble and confusion. The uproar is at its height. I'm supposed to cut the anti-accelerators. The commander thinks with Gunley Lester that these creatures will know nothing about anti-acceleration. It's a development pure and simple of the science of interstellar flight, and couldn't have been developed in any other way. We think when the creature feels the first effects of the anti-acceleration, you all remember the caved-in feeling you had the first month? It won't know what to think or do." "Hello, Nagato. How are you?" "Corita next." My lips are so dry. They are so dry. That's what happens when you get a gesture. Or even a vertical libre. It'll do the same thing, but to the bottom lip. It dries out your lip. It's really annoying. It'll be nice once it's fully healed and I have the piece of the right size. And a flat end on the lip, not a fucking ball. "I can only offer you encouragement," said the archaeologist, "on the basis of my theory that the monster has all the characteristics of a criminal of the early ages of any civilization, complicated by an apparent reversion of primitiveness. The suggestion has been made by Smith that his knowledge of science is puzzling. It could only mean that we are dealing with an actual inhabitant, and not a descendant of the inhabitants of the dead city we visited. This would ascribe a virtual immortality to our enemy, a possibility that is borne out by his ability to breathe both oxygen and chlorine, or neither. But even that makes no difference. He comes from a certain age in his civilization, and he has sunk so low that his ideas are mostly memories of that age. I've been okay. I just attended a convention, and now we're reading The Black Destroyer. Let's see. In spite of all the powers of his body, he lost his head in the elevator the first morning, until he remembered. He placed himself in such a position that he was forced to reveal his special powers against vibrations. He bungled the mass murders a few hours ago. In fact, his whole record is one of the low cunning of the primitive, egotistical mind, which has little or no conception of the vast organization with which it is confronted. He's like the ancient German soldier who felt superior to the elderly Roman scholar. Yet the latter was part of a mighty civilization of which the Germans of that day stood in awe. By the way, this story was like in between World War I and II. Was World War II started at this time? It was either about to start or hasn't started yet when this was written. I don't think when it was actually written, I don't think it was fully started. Maybe when it was published, but not when it was written. So, fun fact. But it is right around that time. Let's see. You may suggest that the sack of Rome by the Germans in later years defeats my argument. However, modern historians agree that the sack was a historical accident and not history in the true sense of the word. The movement of the Sea Peoples, which set in against the Egyptian civilization from 1400 BC, succeeded only as regards as the Cretan island realm. Their mighty expeditions against the Libyan and Phoenician coast. I didn't think that's how that was spelled. Maybe it's made up. With the accompaniment of Viking fleets, failed as those of the Huns failed against the Chinese Empire, Rome would have been abandoned in any event. Ancient, glorious Samarra was desolate by the 10th century. Then Pataliputra, Asoka's great capital, was the immense and completely uninhabited waste of houses when the Chinese traveler, I don't know how to say his name, visited it about AD 635. We have then a primitive, and that primitive is now far out in space, completely outside of his natural habitat. I say let's go in and win. One of the men grumbled as Corita finished. You can talk about the sack of Rome being an accident and about this fellow being a primitive, but the facts are facts. Looks to me as if Rome is about to fall again. And it won't be no primitive that did it either. This guy's got plenty of what it takes. Morton smiled grimly at the man, a member of the crew. We'll see about that. Right now. What time is it? 2:22. I don't think I'm even halfway through the story. Because I'm looking at it. I'm looking at how far I have to scroll. And, it's a lot. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it not? I don't know what this thing is doing. It's dying, that's what it's doing. That's alright. I have another one. Fine. I'm gonna plug you in. Charge you. So many chargers. Put you there. Okay. No, I'm actually approaching the bottom. I'm looking at the wrong thing. What is this? Alright, I don't know why that's there, but okay. I might be able to finish this tonight. I'm excited for Halloween. There's a goblin behind that tree? I hope so. In the blazing brilliance of the gigantic machine shop, Coral slaved. The 40-foot cigar-shaped spaceship was nearly finished. With a grunt of effort, he completed the laborious installation of the drive engines and paused to survey his craft. Its interior, visible through the one aperture in the outer wall, was pitifully small. There was literally room for nothing but the engines and a narrow space for himself. He plunged frantically back to work as he heard the approach of the men. The sudden change in the tempest-like thunder of the engines, a rhythmical off-and-on hum. Shriller in tone, sharper, more nerve-wracking than the deep-throated steady throb that had preceded it. Suddenly, there was an atomic disintegrators again at the massive outer doors. He fought them off, but never wavered from his task. Every mighty muscle of his powerful body strained as he carried great loads of tools and machines and instruments and dumped them into the bottom of his makeshift ship. There was no time to fit anything into place. No time for anything. No time. No time. The thought pounded at his reason. He felt strangely weary for the first time as his long and vigorous existence. With a last tortured heave, he jerked the gigantic sheet of metal into the gaping aperture of the ship, and stood there for a terrible minute, balancing it precariously. He knew the doors were going down. Half a dozen disintegrators concentrating on one point. Thank you, fellow Darth. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for lurking on both platforms. I don't know if anybody's in that chat. I think something's going on with that chat. Yeah, there seems to be something going on with that chat. I don't know what's going on with it, but I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, Fairlight. Take care. But yes, thank you. Thank you, Darth Elwood. Let's see. Half a dozen disintegrators concentrating on one point were irresistibly, though slowly, eating away the remaining inches. With a gasp, he released his mind from the doors and concentrated every ounce of his mind on the yard-thick outer wall, toward which the blunt nose of his ship was pointing. His body cringed from the surging power that flowed from the electric dynamo through his ear tendrils into the resisting wall. The whole inside of him felt on fire. He knew that he was dangerously close to carrying his ultimate load. And still he stood there, shuddering with the awful pain, holding the unfastened metal plate with hard clenched tentacles. His massive head pointed, as in dread fascination, at the bitterly hard wall. He heard one of the engine room doors crashed inward. Men shouted, disintegrators rolled forward, their raging power unchecked. Coral heard the floor of the engine room hiss in protest as those beams of atomic energy tore everything in their path to bits. The machines rolled closer. Cautious footsteps sounded behind him. In a minute, they would be at the flimsy doors separating the engine room from the machine shop. Suddenly, Coral was satisfied. With a snarl of hate and vindictive glow of feral eyes, he ducked into his little craft and pulled the metal plate down into place, as if it was a hatchway. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well tonight. His ear tendrils hummed as he softened the edges of the surrounding metal. In an instant, the plate was more than welded. It was part of his ship, a seamless, rivetless part of the hull. It was solid opaque metal except for two transparent areas, one in the front and one in the rear. His tentacle embraced the power drive with almost sensuous tenderness. There was a forward surge of his fragile machine, straight at the great outer wall of the machine shops. The nose of the 40-foot craft touched. The wall dissolved in a glittering shower of dust. So here is the cat on his ship trying to go through the wall. It is Space Cat. And the caption to this image: with a howl of triumph, Coral hurled the tiny ship through the broken wall of the interstellar cruiser. He was free in space, and free to infest 1,000 worlds. Coral felt the barest retarding movement, and then he kicked the nose of the machine out into the cold of space and twisted it about and headed back in the direction from which the big ship had been coming all these hours. Men in space armor stood in the jagged hole that yawned in the lower reaches of the gigantic globe. The men and the great ship grew smaller. Then the men were gone. There was only the ship, with its blaze of 1,000 blurring portholes. The ball shrank incredibly, too small now for individual portholes to be visible. So here's the men on the ship, looking out that gaping hole and somehow not being vacuumed out into space. Okay. Almost straight ahead, Coral saw a tiny, dim, reddish ball. His own sun, he realized. He headed toward it at full speed. There were caves where he could hide. The other cores built secretly a spaceship in which they could reach other planets safely, now that he knew how. His body ached from the agony of acceleration, yet he dared not let up for a single instant. He glanced back, half in terror. The globe was still there, a tiny dot of light in the immense blackness of the space. Suddenly it twinkled and was gone. For a brief moment, he had the empty, frightened impression that just before it disappeared, it moved. But he could see nothing. He could not escape the belief that they had shut off all their lights and were sneaking up on him in the darkness. Worried and uncertain, he looked through the forward transparent plate. A tremor of dismay shot through him. The dim red sun toward which he was heading was not growing larger. It was becoming smaller by the instant. It grew visibly tinier during the next 5 minutes and became a pale red dot in the sky, and vanished like the ship. Fear came then, a blinding surge of it that swept through his being and left him chilled with the sense of the unknown. For minutes he stared frantically into the space ahead, searching for some landmark. But only the remote stars glimmered there, unwinking, points against a velvet background of unfathomable distance. Wait. One of the points was growing larger. With every muscle and nerve tensed, Coral watched the point becoming a dot, a round ball of light, red light, bigger and bigger it grew. Suddenly the red light shimmered and turned white. There before him was the great globe of the spaceship, lights glaring from every porthole, the very ship which a few minutes before he had watched vanish behind him. Something happened to Coral in that moment. His brain was spinning like a flywheel, faster, faster, more incoherently. Suddenly the wheel flew apart into a million aching fragments. His eyes almost started from their sockets. Like a maddened animal, he raged in his small quarters. His tentacles clutched at precious instruments and flung them, incessantly. Oh no. His paws smashed in fury at the very walls of his ship. Finally, in a brief flash of sanity, he knew that he couldn't face the inevitable fire of atomic disintegrators. It was a simple thing to create the violent disorganization that freed every drop of id from his vital organs. They found him lying dead in a pool of phosphorus. Poor kitty. Poor cat. Poor kitty, said Morton. I wonder what he thought when he saw us appear ahead of him after his own sun disappeared. Knowing nothing of the anti-accelerators, he couldn't know that we could stop short in space, whereas it would take him more than 3 hours to decelerate. And in the meantime, he'd be drawing farther and farther away from where he wanted to go. He couldn't know that by stopping, we flashed past him at millions of miles a second. Of course, he didn't have a chance once he left our ship. The whole world must have seemed topsy-turvy. Never mind the sympathy. He heard Kent say behind him, "We've got a job. To kill every cat in that miserable world. There was only one that went after you. The other ones didn't do it. It's just the one." Karita murmured softly, "This should be simple. They are but primitives, and we have merely to sit down and they will come to us, cunningly expecting to delude us." Smith snapped, "You fellows make me sick." The cat, Kitty, was the toughest nut we had ever had to crack. He had everything he needed to defeat us. Morton smiled as Karita interrupted blandly, "Exactly, my dear Smith. Except that he reacted according to the biological impulses of his type. His defeat was already foreshadowed when we unerringly analyzed him as a criminal from a certain era of his civilization. It was history, Honorable Mr. Smith, our knowledge of history, that defeated him," said the Japanese archaeologist, reverting to the ancient politeness of his race. The end. Okay. I thought this one thing was a scroll bar, but it's a toolbar. It just is in the exact same spot as my scroll bar. But nope, we read the whole thing. We read the story, we got through it. That was The Black Destroyer. Old story from 1939. Later published in a book in, what, 1950? I think it was used as a chapter in a book. Now I can actually allow this to rotate again. If I can remember where the book... Where is it? Okay. Okay, now it rotates again. Yay! I did it. I did the thing. I did the thing. We did it. We got through the whole story tonight. And then tomorrow, we will start with the short stories, which it's also kind of sci-fi-ish, but it's horror sci-fi-ish. It's going to be more horrific than this one. In what has 2 heads, 10 eyes, and terrifying table manners? Not terrible, terrifying table manners. And I'm just going to call it 2 heads and 10 eyes, because that's way easier. Any what users here? What's that word? No. No. Sorry for people in the realm of the red not being able to comment. I don't know what was going on with that. I'm actually surprised that my stream didn't shut down today. Streamlabs actually worked for once. Shock and amazement. Okay. So for the end of the stream, I'm going to raid in the realm of the purple. Oh geez, why do I have whispers? Why do people whisper me? Why do people try to whisper me during stream? I can't see that shit. My answer is no. Can I respond? Alright, whatever. I guess the person already blocked me. Okay, let's take a look here. Let's see, who's on? We have... Oh, Kiki's on. I don't know how much longer she's gonna be on, though. How long has she been on? 3 hours, 22. I have not. Who's doing things? I actually did not see. Who did what? Oh, Dustage. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, I have like a million items up on my screen right now, but thank you. I appreciate it. We have 2 different people doing art. Kiki's doing crafts tonight. Kay is doing some kind of, I don't know what art she's doing. I'll check on her. Of course, there's ads. I already rated her. I rated her last time, so I'm between Kiki and Nick, who is also doing art. Looks like Kiki's still got a way to go with the crafting, so it doesn't look like anybody is shutting down, so we'll go ahead and we'll raid Kiki. Alright. Raid channel. Kiki. Get that going. It's a collection of short horror stories, super gruesome. Oh, nice. Yeah, that sounds like it'd be right up my alley. I do have, we are actually going to be reading some horror sci-fi starting tomorrow from a book that an indie author gave me, and then I have another book from another indie author that I'm going to read as well, so we'll be going through those. The story today was just a classic that I've been wanting to read for a long time because it's the basis of one of my favorite creatures from the Final Fantasy series. They like to take things from a lot of different stuff. So it was neat to actually be able to find the origin of the coral monsters that are used in the Final Fantasy games and, you know, enjoy the real story. Which, if the corals in the games were anything like the actual coral in the original story, they would be bosses, not just random encounters. Alright, let's get this raid going. Good night, everybody. Yeah, jeez. Come on. No! Firefox, why must you? Okay. That's... Stop.